Torres, Inquiry into a Truth and Justice Commission Bill 2024. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the lands of which we meet and pay my respects to their elders past and present. I extend this respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples and their cultural and spiritual connections to Australia's lands and waters. On behalf of the committee, I welcome any traditional owners that are here today. I remind all senators and members that proceedings are to be conducted in a respectful and courteous way. I remind senators and members that this is a workplace, and this is especially true for the public officials and stakeholders who are present before us. It is essential that they are treated with respect and that they feel safe when they present to the hearings before us. As Chair, I will be particularly vigilant in ensuring the cultural safety for First Nations people and culturally and racially marginalised groups during these proceedings. In accordance with the committee's resolution of the 7th of September 2022, this hearing will be broadcast on the Parliament's website, and the proof and official transcripts of proceedings will be published on the inquiry website. I remind members of the media who may be listening in of the need to fairly and accurately report proceedings of the committee. Today I am joined by Senator Dorinda Cox, Senator for Western Australia, Kate Chaney, MP, Member for Curtin, and Senator Varun Ghosh, Member for Western Australia, and I am Senator Jana Stewart, Senator for Victoria. I now welcome our first representatives to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
My name is Jodie Nunn, as the CEO of Reconciliation Western Australia and also a Churchill Fellow.
Thank you very kindly. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it will be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I'll now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to questions.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. And can I also acknowledge the Wajuk Noongar people on the lands of which we meet and pay respect to elders past, present and emerging. My name is Jodie Nunn. I'm the CEO at Reconciliation Western Australia, and I do need to make an apology on behalf of Robin Smith-Wally, who was due to co-present with me today, as we were co-fellows on the Churchill Fellowship in 2023. I acknowledge that the work I will discuss was culturally led, and it was through Robin's leadership that the success of what I will share today eventuated. So I'd like to start with some local context. In 2023, the State Government of Western Australia funded a significant commitment towards truth-telling, ceremony and memorialising the confronting history of incarceration and mainly men and boys on Wajuk, Rottnest Island off the coast of Walilup, Fremantle in Western Australia. The records show that over 3,700 men and boys came from far reaches of our state, often on foot or by boat, seeing the ocean for the first time, across the rugged Western Australian coastline to face slavery, disease and, in many cases, death on the island. Wajuk is now known as the largest Aboriginal deaths in custody site in the Southern Hemisphere, with 370, possibly more, deaths on the island. It's unfinished business for Aboriginal people. However, with the dark history of Wajuk and now a holiday island, through significant funding of the West Australian Government, a powerful truth and memorialisation process is underway. And just this past weekend and week, multiple healing ceremonies have taken place on the island, including a public day on Saturday. The lessons learned through the Wajuk process will form a blueprint for truth-telling and healing and sustainability in Western Australia. Robin and I were awarded a Churchill Fellowship in 2023 and travelled globally to look at international models of truth-telling, healing and sustainability. We committed to building a blueprint for the state and beyond, and our research took us to New Zealand, Canada, Germany, Sweden and South Africa to look at large truth-telling processes internationally. In 4 out of 5 of those locations, we looked at major truth commissions, and in Germany we examined the non-Indigenous process that occurred post-World War II in the Nuremberg trials. In New Zealand, we looked at the Waitangi Tribunal, where, whilst it is a treaty process, is rooted in powerful truth-telling. In Canada, we focused on the National Truth Commission, into residential school survivors and a smaller regional Kotaki Truth Commission. In the Sami community in Sweden, we looked at the truth process that is currently underway, and in South Africa, we looked at the outcomes of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. In all countries, we spent time in archives, museums, prison islands and places of memory, as well as foundations that were continuing the important work. In summary, what we learnt was around 3 key pillars of truth-telling, healing and sustainability. The fundamentals of truth that we observed that I think should inform this very important national discussion was that any truth process that is undertaken by a government should leave the individual, the community, better off as a result of sharing their truth. And whilst we would see that that would be a given, time and time again in the international models we saw this wasn't the case. Genuine truth-telling can be easily derailed by colonial barriers, government bureaucracy, time pressures, budget constraints and a lack of justice. In Canada alone, the agreement said that people could share their truth but they could not name their perpetrator. Often this perpetuated the pain that people experienced. People must be left better off, and that can be done through some very key pillars in the truth work. It should be independent or led and co-led by skilled Indigenous professionals. Cultural leadership and authority must lead, guide and advise on laws, customs, language and cultural obligations, particularly with the diversity of regions we see here in Australia. Early engagement is fundamental for the programs to be culturally led. Truth-speaking principles should be maintained, which include accessibility, survivor-centred, protected, create no harm, trauma-informed, inclusive, respectful and voluntary. Scrutinisation of scopes, budgets and timelines to ensure that they are achievable and ensure the demands on cultural leaders must be considered. Globally, we saw shrinking of timelines continually when we were looking at hundreds of years of history that needed to be shared. And understanding cultural processes of decision makers and structures with respect is fundamental. We also observed that truth-telling couldn't take place without the appropriate pillars of healing, and healing must move communities from darkness to hope, and they must end denialism immediately. Globally, we saw denialism as a continual pillar of response in the truth environment. We observed creating cultural safe places on traditional lands or on country and in community were fundamental to the process. Language options were paramount for people to be able to give testimonies in their language. Traditional and cultural healing methods were fundamental, and honouring time in truth-telling was important. Formal government apologies were absolutely fundamental, and when they weren't given, the wound remained open. And decisions were always framed around future generations, not the immediacy of the truth being given. Fundamentally, justice was paramount. When justice was not provided as part of the truth process, again, wounds were left open. And finally, sustainability. A truth process should always consider its structure over a 20-year process and beyond, because truth was often informed and provided to the next generation to carry forward. Data sovereignty was absolutely paramount in who owned stories of truth and where they needed to show up in the future. And most importantly, how can truth then be embedded into education and national curriculum environments to ensure that the next generation has a full perspective of history? We have built a Many Truths framework as part of our research, and also a blueprint for Western Australia that we would be happy to make available. In conclusion, we observed the challenge for minority peoples fighting to be heard and to heal. We saw good intent often by governments to create closure to significant societal issues, only to fall short on aspects of process through being controlling, not having bipartisan support, which we've recently seen in Queensland, bureaucratic processes that were hemorrhaging, cutting short processes or at worst cancelling them, and of course not fulfilling the obligations of justice. We also witnessed the strength of Indigenous people who time and time again showed resilience and integrity of leadership in the face of adversity. By observing multiple truth commissions, we concluded that a nation can achieve civil maturity when it faces the truth of its past and present. And in many aspects, people were saying that it was in the past, but the systemic injustices were also playing out in the present. The powerful practice often brought people from both Indigenous and non-Indigenous communities closer and built a path to healing and reconciliation. Australia has been on a long and difficult road to reconciliation, not helped by the rejection of the 2023 voice referendum and, more recently, the reversal of the Queensland Truth Commission. As we approach the West Australian bicentenary in 2029, there is a significant opportunity to build and lead a truth process for this state and, of course, the nation. We acknowledge the powerful and integral work of the Yoorrook Justice Commission in Victoria as a blueprint. A National Truth Commission will form a picture of our true and complete history spanning more than 60,000 years, which will provide future generations with a much deeper knowledge system and a roadmap in healing into the future. By sharing truth to advance civil society through understanding and respecting our whole history, we aim to build unity for the next generation and our collective future as a reconciled nation. It was powerful to hear on Wajuk on Saturday the next generation of young Indigenous leaders stood up and said that they wanted intergenerational trauma to stop in this generation, and that can only be achieved by telling our truth. Thank you, and I welcome questions.
Thank you, Ms Nunn. We'll now proceed to questions. I'll go to Senator Ghosh.
Thank you, Chair. One of the themes that seems to have emerged from a number of submissions, including yours, is a concern around a top-down process as opposed to a bottom-up led process. What are the risks that a federal truth-telling model does not incorporate community-led or bottom-up processes, and how do we confront those risks and make sure that it is grounded in that way?
Yes, the observation from those international models is when it's Crown-led, that there are always, they tend to work within political cycles, evidently, and often that cause reversals of decisions, changes in models, etc. Where we saw the real strength is when they were either Indigenous-led, and the Kootaki Truth Commission in Canada led a completely Indigenous-led and funded process. But where we saw the real success models was when there was a co-decide or a co-design, a co-decide and a co-action process. So the actual design of the process was done in partnership and genuine partnership, not asking Indigenous people to sign off at the 11th hour when the model was built out. So it's very, very important to bring people on that journey of decision-making right from the infancy, and to see that process as a very valued part of the program of activity, not a precursor to it. It's a component of doing it well and doing it effectively. Some models that were incredibly successful was obviously the Waitangi Commission, which was Māori-led from the Commission's perspective, and put a whole series of infrastructure in place to support a process of being on country, being culturally led, adapting to communities, etc., and also gave time. They'd had 40 years of bipartisan support in that process, and they have 10 years to go, and we know that there's some challenging winds washing through the tribunal process at the moment. But they have actually, I'd say they're 50 to 60 years ahead because of the process that they went through. So yeah, that co-design, co-decide, co-action is fundamental, and we need to place value in process as well as outcome.
One of the aspects of a federal truth-telling model is that in some states you already have state infrastructure and in other states you don't. What are the challenges, or do you see any issues arising from a model that's sitting across state jurisdictions that have different local approaches, and how should a federal truth-telling model interact with a local truth-telling body as it operates kind of in tandem?
Yeah, I think there's true value in having an overarching approach and accountabilities and consistencies. Evidently, we have over 350 nations across Australia, Aboriginal countries, so we have to acknowledge there's a lot of difference there, a lot of different language groups, different cultural processes, different law processes, as in LORE, and I think it's an incredible education and learning process to do that in partnership. And we have already seen many states, the Victorian model is well ahead and moving towards treaty, as Senator Stewart probably is very aware of. So I think that's a powerful model. I don't think it's about one or the other. I think it's about the collaboration points and learning from best practice. And I think globally now we have seen best practice. One thing that I'd like to highlight in the National Truth Commission in Canada, when it was established, which was, I think, probably one of the smartest things they did, was they did the National Truth Commission, and then they set up the National Centre for Truth and Reconciliation, because they knew for the journey of the Truth Commission they would capture so much, but they allowed a long tail for that work to continue on beyond the formal Truth Commission closing out, and then how those stories and that truth could be continued to be carried forward, embedded in education systems, used for continuity of stories for family groups and community groups. So they knew it had a long tail. So those big infrastructures, what I would say is that I think the national piece, setting up that infrastructure correctly to enable both national and state, and I would say even local, because there's a lot of work being done at a local level as well to integrate, and particularly around how the truth is managed and stored for future generations, which should be Indigenous-led, is fundamentally important to the strength of the commissions going forward.
I think it's. Can you tell us a bit more about or the Rising program that I think is referred to in the submission?
Yes.
And engagements on voice, truth and treaty post-referendum.
Yep.
And can I add a compound to that, which is, are you also able to reflect on the environment we now find ourselves in post-referendum and how that impacts on the setup and operation of a truth-telling commission?
Yeah. We talk about that reconciliation moves at the speed of trust, and evidently we had an incredible trust deficit wedged into the reconciliation movement last year. Our response to that at a state level and as a peak body of the state was to make sure, whilst honouring the week of silence post the referendum and honouring the ongoing hurt and impact for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, to make sure, and also the national dialogue around that reconciliation was dead, which was obviously articulated by a number of leaders. We just wanted to make sure our doors remained open for people to walk through, or for us to go out from, and meet mob and meet allies that had been very proactive in the space for when they were ready to come back into the space. We hosted our Rising program, which leads to a place-based reconciliation model, which we have been building in partnership with Reconciliation Australia as a national pilot, is an important one. Prior to COVID, we call it BC, before COVID, although I know mobs say BC is before Cook, it was 1,300 RAPs in the country. There's now 3,500 RAPs, and that's put an incredible, I think, cultural load on mob to help non-Aboriginal people navigate through that. We've also seen the top-down approach through the referendum wasn't welcomed by the Australian public, or 60% of the Australian public. So there's this powerful grassroots movement happening, I think, within community, and communities wanting to do their bit, and the people's movement is really re-emerging in our observation. So what the Rising program is doing is road testing a place-based model, and we're doing that in Wajuk or in the Great Southern region, with a number of local governments and also community members, businesses and leadership in the Great Southern. And the idea is to build a place-based reconciliation action plan. So that takes the model of reconciliation from a corporate level, where they currently sit, and flips it to say, what do the community want and how can the corporates bolt into that, and the people that want to support reconciliation bolt into that. So we're now, the Rising model has respect, relationships and opportunity. We've done our deep listening in our respect phase. We're now moving to relationships, so really building a governance model for on the ground for that place-based model, and then we will be moving to opportunity, which is a place-based reconciliation action plan. As I said, Reconciliation Australia is part of that. It's in its infancy, but we're putting our head to the grindstone and really making sure we look at building out that model, and how we can then replicate that across the state. We have a huge amount of interest from other regions. We're working with the Kimberley, the Pilbara, the Gascoyne. Now, they are obviously huge regions with multiple Aboriginal countries within them, but we go in based on invitation. We don't force ourselves in. We wait for the invitation from community, and then we walk alongside them in bringing non-Aboriginal and Aboriginal people together to form that place-based approach. It's in its early days. We're doing a proof of concept in the Great Southern, but we're really buoyed by the early engagement and the drafting of the place-based reconciliation plan.
To sort of go back to one of my earlier questions, if that's the or if that approach is the one that you think is best practice rather than top-down. How do you bring place-based approaches to a national truth-telling process?
I'm not suggesting it's a better approach. I believe it's actually all three tiers of government need to work consistently and collectively. I think the national approach is very powerful because the national approach has the ability to, particularly in our education spaces, along with state, to really embed into national curriculum models, for example, the history of this country. It stuns me that in our HAS curriculum we still talk that Australia was discovered 200 years ago. It's quite evidently not the case. So the national piece is, I think, paramount. What I'm reflecting on is that there's three tiers of government in this country, and I think all of those tiers of government need to be working congruently to do the work that it's appropriate at the level. Place-based work is powerful because it's often where the relationships sit, but I don't think that can be done without a national tone leading that discussion.
Thank you, Senator. That was your last question. Senator Fox.
Thank you, Ms Nunn. In your opening statement, I just want to return to one of the comments that you made around the significant funding for the local truth-telling project.
Yep.
Can you give us an indication of what that was?
Sure, it was $27.5 million by the West Australian Government, and that was towards ceremony on the island.
Yep.
It was towards memorialisation of the, this was the phase 2 funding, Senator Cox, memorialisation of the burial ground, and then it was towards the design and proposed approach to how they will memorialise the quad building, which was the original prison on the island.
Okay, so it included capital works, is that correct?
Only for the burial ground, there is a proposal for additional capital works for the quad.
Right. Okay.
Yep.
Can you provide the breakdown for us on notice, if possible, in relation to that?
Yep. I don't have that with me, but I will seek to secure that.
Okay. Just picking up on one of your other points around in your answer to Senator Ghosh, the Canadian model and the result of many reconciliation process, and particularly the truth and reconciliation process there, resulted in the C-15 bill that came to the Canadian Parliament, which incorporated both the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's recommendations, the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls,
yep,
but also its implementation of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples.
Yes.
Did your fellowship capture any of the importance of truth and how that told the national story in Canada across all of those different elements? We are obviously aware of the impact of where that went, and the fact that the Canadian government now use the implementing UNDRIP as their policy position. Under the C-15 bill?
Yes, correct. But we stayed focused on the mechanics of the Truth Commission per se, and as I suggested, I think the brilliance of the Canadian model was that it had a long tail. And it didn't stop at the end of the commission, because globally what we saw is these very compressed truth commissions, often 3 years, which is a political cycle. They actually established on Treaty 1 territory that environment and people are still coming forward now and telling their truth, well beyond the formal truth commission, and they've established a community truth-telling model that can work at a place-based on an ongoing basis.
I just want to interrupt you there, sorry. That there are great parallels. We've just spent 2.5 years in the Missing and Murdered First Nations Women and Girls inquiry in the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Committee. Members of this committee were part of that. It is a long tail, as you say, in this process, and the fact that reconciliation was born in this country out of the Howard era in relation to deaths in custody. So I think blackfellas would say there is a long history for us with nearly 600 deaths still remaining there without any accountability. Why is this so important that it's not just badged as reconciliation, that we actually move to proper formal truth-telling processes at the federal level where we can actually see action? Because we are continually speaking into a void that is being watered down with language that is consistently removing some of that trauma, some of that hurt, which I saw quite visible at Wajuk on the weekend, why is it so important now that the federal government actually take the lead as signatories to some of those really important declarations and charters and treaties in which we're already signed up to?
Absolutely, Dorinda. I'm not sure if I can say it in words other than you've already expressed. I think you're absolutely. I think the timing of this, particularly if we're this government committed to the Uluru Statement of the Heart, we went to a referendum on that. One component of the referendum was voice, of which we voted on, but there were two other fundamental components of that, and that's truth and treaty. Those two components are still live. And I think that a National Truth-Telling Commission is absolutely fundamental. I don't see reconciliation as the fundament. Reconciliation's commitment to truth is absolutely fundamental, but the truth-telling per se needs to stand, as you say, in its own pillar and needs to be on it in that way. And I think as a nation it is absolutely timely that we do that work. I think what the referendum showed us is that Australians are not aware of our history in its full form, and I wonder if Australians had that perspective going into the referendum, if we would have had a very different outcome, and I would absolutely suggest that would have been the case.
The Swedish Parliament and the Sami people, in particular, the Sami processes in which they've undertaken to, I suppose, construct a Sami Parliament and the way that it enacts across treaty processes and now bearing truth-telling is my understanding. From your observation, and the work that yourself and Robin did, looking at that, and my experience in that is that they told a very good example of pre-colonial history, and that in fact it's probably one of the very few nations that talk about before colonisation in their country happened, there were all of the things that they did and they continue to do as part of their cultural practice. This bill really seeks to do that, because what we currently don't have in the landscape, and you're right in saying we still learn about Captain Cook and colonisation, and I think we still went there on the weekend. How important is pre-colonial history when we talk about things that are getting knocked around, like welcome to country now, and things that people don't actually understand? How important is that broader education for non-Indigenous people in Australia to understand?
Absolutely. I think the fundamental of the truth-telling is to look at pre-colonial history and provide that full context. Evidently, the global truth commissions, so the Sami Truth Commission, as you mentioned, of which there has been multiple truth commissions across the countries. Obviously, Norway has already done theirs. We were looking at Sweden, who was underway. They are looking at their pre-colonial history. Evidently, Europe is as well. But there does tend to be some, and I encourage the Commission, once it's established, to really think about the boundaries or scope, because the scoping piece is so fundamental, and to give appropriate timelines to do that. The Sami people said to us, how on earth can we tell hundreds of year history in 3 years when a year of that is establishment, a year is truth-telling and a year is reporting? So giving appropriate time to do that work holistically is fundamental. As you know, the South African Truth Commission was an amnesty model, so a slightly different sway with a different boundary, and the Truth Commission in Canada was focused on, in the first instance, the residential school system, which would be a stolen gen equivalency here, and of course then the murdered and missing Indigenous women. So I do think scoping is important, and I do think to honour our true history in this country that we must be pre-colonial as well as post-colonial. And one thing that's interesting around the Waitangi Commission is that they've now moved as a commission into contemporary truth-telling and contemporary systems issues which are still failing. They're not just a historical piece, but contemporary matters as well. And I think there is a place for truth commissions to deal with contemporary challenges.
Just my final question, I probably need to share the call. You did talk a little bit about the various levels of government where truth-telling can occur in local, state and the federal government ultimately having sort of an umbrella. You did talk a little bit about co-design of this scoping. This bill doesn't get down that far in the weeds yet, but it tries to lift it to a federal level. framework of this is the bill, this is the commission, not being too prescriptive. But what would, in your mind or in your experience, have you heard about the consultation processes which were undertaken internationally that might inform how we get to that stage once this bill should be passed? Will be passed. Yeah. What does that look like from your experience or what you've heard in your travels?
Where there was success, Indigenous leaders and cultural bosses led the process, but it was led from a regionalised country process. So if I look at the Waitangi Commission, every iwi, of which there are 139, so they have that diversity as well that we have in Australia, established and led the process, and the tribunal responded to that. So it wasn't a structural process they went in. There were guardrails, but they were very adaptive and flexible to the community they were establishing the truth with. I think that's incredibly important. It must be either led or co-led. If there's capacity to lead from an Indigenous perspective, it should be welcomed. But if there needs to be a co-led process, but it definitely did start and adapt as it went to the process. We took over 80 interviews, and we would be filmed interviews that we would be happy also to provide, which touches to this very important issue of cultural leadership. And it must there must be time allocated as part of the process to establish that cultural leadership and cultural voice within the process of establishing the commission.
Right, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cox. Ms Chaney.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Jodie. I'm really struggling to get my head around how the national truth-telling process fits with state and local, and given that there's momentum at different levels in different places, my concern is that there's a sense of duplication or repetition, confusion or frustration about there being multiple processes and people don't understand how they fit together, especially when we're building these processes based on tiers of government, which is very much a Western concept. How do you see those multiple processes fitting together, or do they play different roles? Is it different aspects that they deal with? Just if you can help me understand how it all fits together, especially given some of your what you learnt about other international experiences.
Certainly. I think what the national framework enables you to do is to have a very long-term view. I think often a local process is very much around stories on the ground and the healing that can happen on the ground. I think a state level looks at the system that at place-based or historical pieces, and Wajuk is a fine example. It's place-based led. I think what the national framework does is it gives you, and from the sustainability piece I talked about, a long-range view as to how truth can be captured and how truth can be used across a number of systems, whether they be Indigenous systems or government systems, that can benefit a healing process for our nation. So if I think about the National Truth and Reconciliation Commission in Canada, 7.5 million, and I will reference check that in my report, artefacts are now stored and led by Indigenous people in the archiving of how that data is captured and stored for future generations. Whilst they were recording their truth, they had very detailed permission structures. For example, do you want your story to be handed on to the next generation? How can this be stored? How can this information be used? So there's really rigor. There's a lot of rigor around data sovereignty, and there's a lot of rigor around archiving and memorialisation of that, which is really important if we think about use around education, memorialisation, etc. I think that's the sophistication that a national structure can bring. However, I'll just reference a small truth commission that I mentioned in Canada, which was responding to 100,000 dogs that were killed as part of an attempt to move the Inuit people south off the Arctic Circle because of cost of the government, and they killed their dogs thinking that would force them south. They had a government-led process on that Truth Commission that failed dismally because the government investigated itself and said they forensically killed all those dogs. Of course, it wasn't about the dogs. It was about the loss of culture, the loss of communication, the loss of community, the loss of livelihood and economics. So the community then personally funded their own Truth Commission, which over a longer process secured a government apology, a re-establishment of dog teaming and a re-establishment of language and programs. The reason I say that is because it's so fundamental to get the framework right up front and to get the right cultural authorities within that. And the process and the time that takes should not be included in the formal Truth Commission. That process needs to stand aside from the formal Truth Commission because of the complexities you've identified. And that needs to be led and heard through Aboriginal voice. It should not be determined by the government. It needs to be responsive to. And there's been some incredible reports already prepared and written on this sort of stuff by previous leaders from different parties. So I do think that the work has been done on how that could be structured, and I think there's an integrated model across all. The Euro Justice Commission, I've got to say, are an incredible model. We heard at the National RAP conference last week from Sue-Anne. They have had incredible wins, including non-Indigenous people coming forward and telling their truth, not just Indigenous people. So I would say to be thinking from a national perspective of a 20-year framework. In Canada, they had a 10-year healing model attached to that, where they were supporting Aboriginal people with their healing.
And which is a nice segue to my next question, which is about that time frame. Can you talk more about the phases? If we're thinking on a 20-year scale, what makes up that 20 years? Or and you mentioned maybe a shorter time for the official bit.
Yep. Again, I don't think that's mine to decide, and I think it's very dependent. In fact, one of our recommendations is to very powerfully assess the scope, the time frame and the budgets, because the process of establishing the Truth Commission needs to have deep consultation with First Nations and Indigenous people, and it needs to make sure we honour the diversity of First Nations across the country. And I think that's a really fundamental part. When we saw that jammed into the formal truth-telling process, it meant there was less time for actual truth-telling. The truth-telling, I think the important part of the government process is to thinking, what are the outcomes that we're trying to achieve from a National Truth Commission? Is it education? Is it compensation? There are a myriad of things that need to be considered, and that will define the timeline. But I do think from an education perspective, if we're really trying to stop trauma at this generation through acknowledging truth, acknowledging our history, we need to make sure we give it the appropriate time to do that. And we need to then think about, for the next generation, how do they honour their stories and songlines going forward? Yeah.
And I mean, this is a bit like a Royal Commission like structure at its heart.
Yep.
What do you think about using that as a framework?
I think there's been enough done globally now, and we have a 30,000-page report on this that is available to everyone to read. I think there's enough done now to say that if this is led by what we heard internationally by the Crown, it tends not to be as successful as it is when it is led by or co-led by Indigenous people. I think we're at a maturity point globally, maybe not in Australia, but globally, to actually look at those models, look at best practice, and try and do this in a way where we've learned that the fundamental for us doing the fellowship was to learn from others' mistakes. We've learned from that. There have been mistakes made, and I think the strength is in Indigenous-led or co-led processes. So I would say we need to think differently, and we need to enable Aboriginal people to show leadership, and through that, we will benefit from that.
And what do you think would be the next steps if we're learning from everything that you've seen, what worked and what hasn't worked overseas?
Yep.
What do you think are the next steps, given that there's a fair bit of consultation that needs to happen before we actually get to the point where we're creating a commission?
Yep. Exactly that, Kate, to start a formal consultation process and make sure there is, and if we take the learnings from the referendum, is it that we take the time to consult at a grassroots level and make sure people are heard and understand what that process is. I don't think there's many communities around Australia now that wouldn't say that truth-telling is fundamentally important to move forward on our healing journey, particularly post-referendum. And I think it's also honouring the Uluru Statement and what was asked for by mob in that process. So the next component of that is truth.
Thank you. That's it from me, Chair.
Excellent. Thank you, Ms Cheney. Now, just checking how we're going with our technology and if we have Deputy Chair Ms Price on the line to ask some questions.
Yeah, so I am here. I just want to check. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud. Thank you.
You can hear me. Okay, so sorry, Chair, was that a yes? You can hear me or no, you can't?
Yeah, we can hear you. I'm very happy for you to go to questions, Ms Price.
Okay, thank you very much, and apologies for not joining you at the beginning. And so, therefore, to both, and I'm hoping both Jodie and Robin are there. And I'm sorry, as I wasn't here at the beginning, I'm not sure whether you're both here, but apologies to both of you. And as a consequence of me not being here for the whole time of the discussion, I'm unsure about what questions have already been asked. So if I do, I've got a couple of questions. If either of them have already been asked and answered, please let me know. So thanks very much for being with us today. I wanted to go to
before you proceed, I'll just let you know that Ms Robin Smith isn't here. We've got Ms. Nunn
Okay,
with us.
so Jodie Nunn. Okay, all right then. Okay, so I wanted to just go to, once the commission is up and running, the proposed commission is up and running, one of the things that Jodie and Robin have identified is the sort of several fundamentals for best practice for truth telling. And one of them is ensuring that the process is independent and led, and as I've heard, co-led by skilled First Nations professionals. So my question to Jodie is, would those people be easily identified just from your experience, these skilled professionals? And do you think that we would need to be training individual Aboriginal Australians so that they are what you consider to be skilled First Nation professionals to be able to support the process?
Thank you for your question. Because of the number of truth commissions we observed, those leaders were selected by their communities. They were often elders or they were often community leaders, and also a number were academics. They often didn't operate, obviously, as individuals. Often they were working in elders circles or community leadership groups, or within their own sort of structures, community structures. So I may give an example of the Waitangi Tribunal. They would operate from their marae houses, which are their cultural houses, and they would be talking, they would go through a process within their community of identifying their leadership and their spokespeople, and then the community would, the Maori community would follow their formal processes to bring all their truth to bear and to be recorded accordingly. Each one of those iwi or marae houses that welcomed the Truth Commission in, and often the Truth Commission would come into that community for, they were talking up to a month, sometimes at week intervals, and spend time with that community to really capture the full extent of the truth for that community as part of the treaty process and be taken onto country. But it was very much the structure of that and who were the spokespeople were determined by community. And that's why I highlighted the importance of process, that the process of establishing cultural authority and leadership should not form, I don't believe, part of the truth, the sort of constrained timeline for truth telling that needs to be established beforehand, because that process needs to be done right way and through cultural process versus constrained within a tight timeline.
Okay, so not straightforward, but okay, that gives me a better understanding.
I might reflect that, of course, with 350 plus Aboriginal countries across the nation, as you would know, there are variances in cultural practice and models of leadership, and that there's an opportunity to show respect to that through this process.
Yeah, okay, understand. So I just wanted to talk a bit about the makeup of the Commission. And the bill identifies that the members of the Commission will be appointed by the Joint Ministers, Joint Ministers being the Attorney-General and the Minister for Indigenous Affairs. What the bill requires is that a person can't be appointed as a member of the Commission unless the Joint Ministers are satisfied that the person has skills knowledge or experience in a relevant field. In your experience, what's the sort of depth of experience that we would need for someone to be a suitable commissioner?
I'm just pondering what we observed there. Sorry, if I could just have a moment to think about that question.
Yeah, sure.
I would be very comfortable to say that I think there is ample qualifications and leadership, evidently, as we've seen through both the Uluru process and also through many programs and projects to lead this work. But I do think the construct that you've just explained is a government-led process and a government-led structural accountability. I would strongly encourage, as part of this process, that is co-designed with Aboriginal people, and Aboriginal people get to choose how that process of appointment may occur. I think that would be very powerful as a first act as part of a National Truth Commission.
Okay, brilliant. Thanks, Jodie. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Price. And just a couple of questions from me. I think you started to touch on this in some of your answers, but talking about kind of the prioritisation of education and helping to break down some of the misconceptions and stereotypes that exist about Aboriginal people. Can you just unpack that a little bit more for us, please?
Certainly. What we actually saw from a broader context, Senator, was sort of three big pillars, I think, that came through. Acknowledging history.
Yeah.
As a very, provides an important context for people and communities and encourages a pathway forward. Broadening stakeholder access to truth. There's actually a huge appetite that we observe in the reconciliation movement for people to understand truth and have access to truth. That's often difficult because of a small population in real terms of truth holders and people empowered to tell the truth. So by putting it on public record and making it accessible, in Canada and in Germany, it was actually broadcast nationally. People are still talking about the power of broadcasting truth commissions because it provides a real broad accessibility to truth, and it keeps and then has a public record. That was done by their public broadcasting commissions, by the way. And then societal healing, I think, is really important. Once we hear other people's experiences and lived experiences, we know that we've then heard them, and you can't unlearn what you've learnt. But we always say, fundamentally, education will help us, I think, as the next generation to ensure all children, in particular Aboriginal children, succeed by choice, not by chance. And if we understand and we break down the mechanism, and I'm going to call it out, racism, which we've seen has absolutely elevated post-referendum, I think that understanding our shared history will help start to, hopefully, with time, stamp out some of that horrendous bias that exists in our community. Can I say one really powerful example we saw of this was in Germany through the Nuremberg trials. I acknowledge it's not an Indigenous process, but as the bastion of Nazi Germany during World War II, going through the Nuremberg trials and going through appropriate justice, and justice being such a fundamental part of truth, what we observed is that Nuremberg, one generation later, has now positioned itself as the city of peace and human rights. Now, just for a moment, that was possibly the ugliest site of industrial genocide that we saw, and is now the city of peace and human rights. From years 5 to years 9, all their concentration camps are open to the public and they are free. From students from year 5 to year 9 have to visit the concentration camps every year as part of their school education. Now, that's a very mature country that's taken its truth journey and shared that history with thousands of children coming through, and they can now position themselves as the city of human rights, peace and human rights. That's what can be achieved when we know and talk about our truth.
I mean, you're kind of talking about the historical acceptance part of it too.
Yes, that's the 5 pillars.
Yeah, and kind of how it brings together people. Can you tell us a bit more about that? Like, how does it do that? Why is it important?
Well, I reflect on the local example that we saw on the weekend at Wajuk. there was as many non-Indigenous people as there were Indigenous people. And there was, you know, people were hurting. People had camped on that those burial graves without any knowledge of that. I did as a child.
Yeah.
You can't not help feel the palpable pain of what that has meant for Aboriginal people, having that, knowing that for 40 years, and for us not to acknowledge that as a society, and only acknowledging it after the relentless campaigning of elders and Aboriginal leaders in this state. And now over 200 mob came from all around the state, from as far north as the Kimberley. And those songlines, there's still stories sung in the Kimberley and the Pilbara that talk about Wajuk that have been handed down over generations. And now, through that process, they've done sorry business. They've smoked the island. They've put those elders to rest. And it feels lighter, even as a non-Aboriginal person. It feels lighter. And there was a palpable feeling of relief from a number of non-Aboriginal people I spoke to, that now we can speak about this, we can talk about it openly, we can come to the island and still enjoy it, but know it has a dark history, as well as how we currently use it as a holiday island. So I just think it's a very live example, and it was done. We're talking 3 days ago, so it's very relevant right now. And it was, you know, it's not a popular decision in this state to tell that story now politically. A state that has battled its way through a Cultural Heritage Act challenge and a failed referendum. So I applaud the state for taking that work on now, and the importance of that work. I think it shows strength and resolve, and even when it's not a popular decision to do it, it's the right decision. Yeah. And I think the time for a National Truth Commission it is a right decision to take that opportunity now and start to heal and educate the nation as to our whole history.
Thank you. Unfortunately, that's all we have time for in terms of questions today. I want to thank you for your attendance here today.
Thank you.
If you've been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by the 25th of November? You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, and we'll have an opportunity to request any errors to the transcription. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator.
We'll take a short suspension while we welcome our next witnesses.
Thank you.
Thank you. Back on. For the ease of those listening online, I just want to notify people of a change to the agenda for today. Next up, we will have Dr. Richard Wally from the Wajuk Aboriginal Reference Group, and we'll be hearing from the Kimberley Land Council later on today at 3 p.m. So I want to thank the Kimberley Land Council for their flexibility for today. I now welcome our next witness to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee today?
Richard Wally. I'm here speaking on behalf of the process with Wajuk and the process with engagement on truth-telling. So, my name's Richard Wally. I'm a Nyunga Yamaji from southwest to Western Australia.
Thank you very much. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement, if you have one, before we proceed to questions.
Yeah, I'll make an opening statement in probably four sectors. The first one I would like to say is that every one of us, regardless of who we are or people, all go through 4 stages of speaking. That we're spoken about, we're spoken to, we're spoken for before we actually get to speak. So we're at that stage where we're getting to speak, because in the past we were spoken for and spoken about. So it's quite a healthy position to have our people in positions that can speak with us and for us. So that's the first statement I'd like to make. The second one is the process of Parliament and the process of structures that's set up by a government is a bit testy at times for me, because I always find that governments, with particular truth-telling, they're mostly truth-twisting and truth-masking. And that's how the government functions, and that's why you have an opposition. So you have a presentation and opposition that's scrutinised. And so I think the system, the government system itself, is not as robust and as structured as the system that existed pre the Westminster process. So I think that's a second statement I'd like to make. The third statement I'd like to make is truth-telling goes more than just on the surface. It's actually very deep, and that every beneficiary from this nation today come from colonisation, which is a return for investment. That's a truth-telling. If there's no assets in this place, there's no support by a colonised process, then there would be no investment for return. So there was assets that were identified in this country that could for investment. So everyone that's beneficial, every Australian that's doing well today, are beneficiaries of a colonised system that actually took away from an Aboriginal system that functioned there before. So that's sort of my three opening statements. The next statement I'd like to make is that as a society and an organisation functioning body, we had systems within our culture and processes where truth-telling was the ultimate in our existence and our being, because we were not only truth to ourselves, we were true to our processes, true to our Burungut system, our totem system, true to our belongings. So we owned it. We were the only, I'd guarantee, the only rare people in the world that owned our mistakes. So, and I can only speak for our culture, when someone made a mistake, we owned it. The reason we owned it and we worked with it is because if we didn't own it, our grandmothers, who were the beneficiaries and the matriarchs of our society, would own it and take the punishment. So we wouldn't allow that to take place. So we owned the truth. So I find those are four opening statements I'd like to make and contribute to any questioning from there onwards.
Thank you very much. We'll proceed to questions and go to Senator Ghosh.
Thank you very much for being here and also for that opening statement. Are you able to tell us a little bit about the truth-telling process that occurred during the Wajuk or through the Wajuk project?
There's probably three tiers of truth-telling during the Wajuk process. One tier is, which is the strong one, was the true historical handed down through song and storylines that was very strong and relevant. Then you have a second truth-telling process, which is the documentation. And the documentation is mostly done by the governing bodies of the day, so it's observation and documentation of that. And a lot of research is done from that documentation and not necessarily from the song lines and the truth-telling. And the third one is the process of analysis today. We analyse all of those assets at our disposal, the song lines and the documentation, put that into a process, and you record it. But the flaw with that is it's always good to record and document stuff, but what are you going to do about it? That's the challenge.
Can I pick up on that last point that you just made? In terms of a national truth-telling body, what are the things that you think should follow from it, based on your experience in the Wajuk project?
What we found with the Wajuk process, and I believe every process should have three stages to it again. The first one is to see if people want it. and have that structure and that put the questions and what they want to see into that area. So do you actually want it? What are the questions we need to have? We took 12 months just doing that together, putting those questions and structures together. You believe this structure works, this process works. So that was 12 months. Then we had another 2 years to deliver just on the truth of the commemoration. That's from 12 months, and that gives you another 2 years. That's a 3-year process. Then we have another 2 years to have a look at the reports and the coming out of finding out what came from those reports and that result, so you can implement them into the next stages. The Wajuk project had commemoration as stage 1, then looking at how we can work with the quad and the burial ground as stage 2 and 3 into that. So it was a tiered system. So the first one is to get a buy-in from everyone. Once you got the buy-in, we knew we had 97% support at that stage. We know that any project you're not going to get 100% support, and you know that sometimes there's some strong opposition, and we have no problems and respect people's opinions. Invited people to come to the tables. Some accepted, others didn't. That's their choice. But it was a fair and open process. And when you got 97% before, you can wear the other 3%. So I think that's why we actually made it very successful at that. And it was about a collective. It wasn't about the individuals or the team. It was about the collective. So what did the collective feel? How did they go about it? So that's what we've done now. So on the weekend, we just finished stage 1. Stage 2 and 3 have got a more of an investment in it, which another group of people would look at, and how we get some outcomes from those the commemoration.
Drawing on that experience, what are the outcomes that you would like to see from the Wajuk process, and are any of those, do you think, relevant to the outcomes we should seek through a national truth-telling process?
Oh, it's all part of the tapestry that weaves into truth-telling, because some of the outcomes outside the quad looks at constructing a standalone museum which tells the story of what actually happened on the place. And so that's an opportunity in that field of information and education. So this is the quad, this is what actually really happened. And then you've got the other part of the burial ground. So what's actually happened on the burial ground, how the burial ground was constructed, what's the uses of it over the period of time, and how we can go forward with the commemoration of the burial ground. So they're recommendations that have actually got budgets with them, and those budgets are again, foundation ones. If there's required for other budget, then that'll be out of the next reports that are come through. So there is some foundational budget and foundational process, but it's not the end. So but what's happened, it gave the people who are investing, a la the government and that, an opportunity to see that through these tiers, the investment as a smaller at the opening can grow, and they're getting some data to invest in the long run.
Final question, Senator Ghosh.
Thank you, Chair. Were there any things that didn't work well or were not effective in the Wajuk process that you think should be avoided in setting up perhaps the national body?
Nothing's perfect. So you can go back on everything we do and say we could have done that better. What didn't work well with us is that when you have different tiers of information require different outcomes, you have compromises at times. And I think there were some compromises. But in the end, we've got our outcomes and our results. So there was... we have to deal with the unexpected and allow for that. And I thank you, this is one of the unexpected. I thought I was on at 9 o'clock and I was actually down at 3, and then thanks to the Secretary for rearranging this time. So this is sort of that fluid, unexpected part which creates an opportunity. So I thank you for that opportunity. But no, there was a number of things, and I think we can't put our finger on actually one or two, but there's a lot of things that came out of it that we can say we could have done that a lot better.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Deputy Chair, Ms Price.
Thank you, and thanks, Dr. Wally, for joining us today. I'm sorry I'm not there in Perth. I'm in Geraldton today. Congratulations on the recent Wajuk ceremony. It looked magnificent, and we've heard evidence already today that there was just as many Indigenous and non-Indigenous people present during the course of the weekend, which I think is wonderful. So, given that experience, do you think a National Truth and Justice Commission would help to build trust between Indigenous and non-Indigenous Australians?
I believe it does. I believe, just to give you an idea of the structure we had, the ultimate structure was not a legal entity. The ultimate structure was a cultural advisory group. So we got our cultural advisory group, a male advisory group and a female advisory group. They were the advisory group that enabled 3 men and 3 women to have the authority to speak on their behalf. So we had an Aboriginal advisory group where we got a collective of people together to elect the advisory group. That advisory group then elected and nominated a cultural authority. So that authority then became the working party that followed it all the way through, reporting back to the advisory group. And all of that was not in a legal context. It was all in a cultural context. So being in a cultural context, we had to work on trust with the departments that were going to deliver the project. In the original department, we worked with the Department of Premier and Cabinet. So it was a Premier and Cabinet project. We wanted to keep it with the Premier and Cabinet project until we actually had it at the stage where we were comfortable in delivering it to Cabinet for submission. And once we got to that stage, then we engaged with the Rottnest Island Authority. So the authority was not the first, but the second part. So when we went to the Rottnest Island Authority, we went with the conditions that we wanted to operate under, and there was no room for negotiation. These were actually the conditions we want to work with. If you want to work with us, this is how we're going to do it. We also made the statement that we will do this regardless of if there's government support or not, because once you start something in a community, you have to finish it. So what I actually did is, when I spoke to the elders, we made them a promise that this is going to happen. We didn't tell them how it's going to happen. We said, if we can't get any funds, will you get your own way down? Everyone from Bremer Bay to Kununurra put their hand up and says, we will come because this is unfinished business, it's our business and we'll support it. So we had a support of this process, regardless the government supported it or not. That was really important. By the input of the funding, of course, it springboarded and made it a lot easier, and we are able to get an outcome. But the intent was that it was run by Aboriginal people, and it was Aboriginal designed and constructed, and then the trust came from the departments who actually said we enable it. And bear in mind, we followed the structures that the government process does. What we've done, we overlaid it with the cultural process. So we're blessed here. We have a 6 seasons process of project management of how we can start from fertility, incubation, birth, childhood, adolescence, adult, which is actually pre-feasibility, feasibility, business planned into those structures. So you can put that overlay, the 6 seasons, onto a government process, which makes them comfortable that it can be delivered through those gateways that they've actually constructed, but it's got a lens of Aboriginal culture over the top of it. So that's where the body actually stood very, very strong. So we were not a legal entity, but a cultural group that was facilitated through 2 different departments, first the Premier Cabinet, then the Department of and the Authority, Rottnest Island Authority. So I think that worked really well, because, again, that was the ultimate trust.
Yeah. Well done. Well done. Just given the timeline that you talked about with the Wajuk project process, I think I heard, it was at least a couple of years. What has been proposed in the bill that we're discussing today is that the Commission would report, produce and submit a final report to Parliament in 4 years. Do you want to have a guess about what do you think is an adequate time for the Commission to report?
I believe it is adequate time, providing it's the old cliche, you put the foundations down first. We have a lot of our energy goes into the first two, the fertility and incubation. If you get the fertility right, that means the conversation of people want to talk about it. The incubation is the structure. Are you happy with the structure that we're working with, and the structure is inclusive? Then that structure takes you into the birth, which is the business plan under that. So I believe if you put a lot of time into those first two, into the consultation and the structure of how the process would work, then everyone has a buy into that. Then it's a lot easier for the next couple of years after that.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Senator Cox.
Thank you. Thank you, Uncle Richard, for appearing today. You have a very extensive history of particularly your involvement in cultural activities and repatriation, culturally important items, and given the importance of Wajuk and its history for people right across the state. There has been much conversation around that this process then doesn't go far enough when we talk about the dark tourism, for example, of what now we develop as part of these process to make sure that this process isn't lost. So we have the apology from the Premier that obviously most people welcomed, but the importance of what does that legacy look like so we don't lose the important synergies across our state for our cultural groups, but also that memorial and remembrance for mob whose remains, from my understanding, are still there. Is that correct?
Yep.
Yeah. What do you see being some of those, looking at from a federal perspective, which is what this bill is about? There are many, many of those locations across the country. Can this be replicated in a way that we can see how important that is around the legacy pieces to ensure that we are informing and educating future generations?
Yeah, that's a great question. It's a great question for two reasons. One is that there are many other Wajuk out there, and we have to look at those. And also, everyone on Wajuk comes from somewhere. So the Roburns, the Wyndhams, the Tujays, the Albaneys, the Kalgoorlies, they all come from somewhere. So that has to be truth-telling as well. Why were they removed? If you do a little mapping, you can see the truth of the map is that when colonisation expanded, so did the prisoners come in from those areas. So we know that all of these people were the ones that were resisting the flow of colonisation. That's our truth now. Now, we found that also, as you mentioned, this should be a catalyst to say that you cannot move anything forward unless you look at the foundations and go to the truth of where things are from. And I firmly believe if you've got a national perspective, what it actually does, it allows the local perspective then to have an input in such a way that this is how we want to be recognised or commemorate. Because out of the Wajuk one, automatically people says, we've got to do this for the island of Carnarvon. We've got to do this for what's happened at Umulgurri. So all of those opportunities, more river settlements, and that's just our state here. So when you're looking at a national perspective, it's a huge opportunity for setting down foundations so that people can move forward and know that where the beneficiaries of what they have today has come from. I think that's the most important thing, is that we're quite lucky, and even as we stand here today, we stand right in this place. Used to be Aboriginal Advancement Council, which fought for our social justice and social rights. So that's So a lot of things we've got now we take for granted weren't around in the 1960s and 50s and 70s when this place was functioning as well. So it's a good place to have a truth-telling operation, because there's, you know, we can tell you chapters about here. But going back to your question, I believe a lot should be done, and I firmly have a lot of faith in our next generation. I believe our younger generation now have got the best of many worlds. They've got the education process of a Western sense and how a parliamentary process works. They also have community connect and community engagement. So what it should be, I'm a firm believer in that quantitative rather than qualitative knowledge should be at the front. So your experience as an Aboriginal community should lead the government process rather than the government process as we've got a process we're going to lead with the community. So that's my advice on that, is to bring the Indigenous knowledge to the fore to shape and structure the process rather than a parliamentary system that's going to try to shape an Indigenous process into its system.
So, and thank you for mentioning that, because I think that's a good segue into my next question, which is that governance is so important, and to what we see in many, many different processes around, whether it be the formation of the Uluru Statement from the Heart or you know, cultural heritage on the ground. There's always splinter groups. There is always what I would class as lateral violence that is committed in our communities, and the importance of having some of those culturally embedded processes are quite important. But we also have legal processes, and I think you alluded to that, that your Cultural Advice Committee was separate to that group. What is the learning in relation to ensuring that there's accountability now for a government that, on its watch, allowed the stuff at Wajuk to happen and continue, as a legacy of that, continue to fund prisons, particularly in this state, 400 times what the rate of justice reinvestment, for example, is across the country, that we still see a colonial legacy when we've had such an important process of truth-telling. Where's the accountability in that, and where does that mechanism now kick in through a legal process when we are, I think, touted as Australia's first treaty in Australia here in Noongar country? Where's our accountability in the system?
That's not, both a challenge and an opportunity. On your splinter groups, I think everyone has they have the rights to have an opinion, and we respect people's opinion. My answer to that one, very simple, is tell us what you've done. If you haven't done something, what are you going to do and when are you going to do it, and hold people accountable. I think accountability and hold people accountable is one of the pillars for truth-telling. The government have a good out because they have a system and a process, and replace a minister, and replace a policy, and replace our government. Then there's no accountability for what's actually been said in the last term in the last government bodies. Whereas you find with the Aboriginal communities and people, and I had this discussion with not only the current Premier, but I said, we've been through about 10 different premiers. We're still speaking the same thing. We've been through about 20 different ministers. We've been through department changes, names and integration to departments. The only consistency in this country is the Aboriginal people. So the government's not consistent, it's inconsistent. So if you want to actually get an outcome, you've got to go with what is consistent as your framework and your basis, then get the inconsistency to form and work with it. That's just my high level at looking at things. And I firmly believe that the processes that you're speaking about could come from that, because there is data that shows that we did have a justice system pre-settlement, we did have a health system pre-settlement, we had an education system pre-settlement, and they were functioning, highly functional. So we functioned in such a way that the justice system functioned without jails. So those systems are still there to be spoken about. There are opportunities for departments to have a look and say, how did you used to do it before? How can we do it better now, rather than saying, this is how we do it and we're going to have to build bigger jails and bigger hospitals. That's not the answer. The answer is going back to what was there. So if the colonisers jumped off the boats and looked around in the early years and they would have thought, well, look, you haven't got any jails there, how do you do it? The first thing you see, you haven't got any jails here, let's build one. You haven't got any hospitals, how do you do it? No, you haven't got any hospital, let's build one. So those opportunities now, I think, in hindsight, when people are looking at each department, are you reaching your KPIs? Is the justice system functioning at its best level? If it's dysfunctioning and it's still operating, how do we get it to function at a better level? So I believe that all this truth-telling goes not just beyond the Wajuk process, but it goes through the old systematic process and change and what are the policies and when are they made, and how we can have an input in a positive sense. So it's not a matter of us or them, it's a matter of what's the best thing for the outcome for us as a community, as a collective. And sometimes that ignorance and arrogance is to step back and say, we don't have all the answers, we have to speak to another group of people who functioned over a long time and not code design, but actually sit back and say, design that so we can function with it. And that's why I'm saying we're blessed now with the younger generation because they have the knowledge of many different systems, including in your government system. We've got people now sitting back. When we were quite young, we were very chuffed at having, Senator Neville Bonner, and by meeting Senator Neville Bonner, one of the things that I always remember spending time with him, as he said that, he said, I may be the first, but I'm not going to be the last, and there's going to be a lot follow me. And that statement, now looking around of who's in Parliament today, just, for his vision, was fantastic. And just to be a part of those legacies, I think, are important. So each and every one of us are here to make a difference when we can. We can do it individually, but collectively it makes a huge difference. And when you're doing things in a state, you're doing it as a collective, and I think that's the power of the collective.
Just one final question, Uncle Richard, is you made the comment of the word concessions that were some of your learnings about the Wajuk process. Did you want to expand on what you meant by what they were?
Well, some of what you have when you work in this project, you have to work with people with different approaches of doing things, and work with rather than work without. So the challenge we have is to bring a different thinking people together on three simple principles. The three simple principles were, do we believe this is an issue? Everyone believes that it's an issue. Do we believe something should be done about it? Everyone believes something should be done about it. Do we believe we should do something about it? Everyone said, yes, we should. Now, then comes the arguments after that of who is the we, who's more qualified than someone else, or who's more Aboriginal than someone else. And we're not going to get into that debate. But the three principles on something has happened, something should be done, and we should do it, is what we get the common collective on. Once they've done that, then we bring different personalities in. So we made sure there was men's business, women's business, and both businesses. So sometimes we have to have that compromise. How do we get to this? Is this men's business, women's business? Then we have to have that sort of respect as how you feel. So truth is actually comes in three stages. The first thing about truth, the truth is about an energy, it's a feeling. People know and feel it's true. The second one is the body language, which follows the truth. So people are uncomfortable. Then the vocal is the last one. So I can stand in front and say, I'm 6'5", and people have to take them. And, well, actually, I see you're not 6'5", and you may feel it, but you're not. But so when you make statements can be broad. The body language is strong, but the spirit is stronger still. And that's our culture is based on spirit, whereas actually the Western sense is based on evidence, it's based on twisted and masked facts. So that becomes a debate. And so the lost essence of the early settlers, the lost essence they didn't tap into the spiritual place and spiritual people. And we all have that essence. And if we worked on essence, there would not be a division, but a collective conscious and a common goal and objective for a better place for everyone, starting with young people and particularly the youth.
That's great. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Cox. Ms Chaney.
Thank you, Dr. Wally. Given your extensive experience in this area and the Wajuk project, what do you think the federal government is most likely to get wrong about a national truth-telling process? What's the biggest risk?
I like the word experience because my interpretation of experience is what you get when you don't get what you want. So we actually had a lot of times we've tried things and failed, but we got up and do it again. I believe that the big challenge for the government is that if they do something and it doesn't work the first time, they won't do it a second and third time. Because you learn from those mistakes, or you learn from those and say, okay, you don't shelve it. Because it's never been done before, there's got to be a process and a prototype and an allowance for failure to actually repeat that, to do it again. So I think that's the biggest one, is that if something doesn't work first off, it should be tweaked and reintroduced and brought with expertise into it, so it can be function at a higher level.
And so in that context, how important do you think it is that there is multi-partisan support for this sort of a process, especially given last year's Voice referendum?
I believe there should be multi or bipartisan. I believe this is a basic human instinct of want to know the truth. And those who mask it are doing it for their own gains and should be held accountable for that as well. So I believe that the outcomes of any process and presentation has a long and lasting effect. You've got to analyse whether that long and lasting effect is positive or negative. And also what we are as Aboriginal people, we are looking at appealing to the common decency of the majority in this place. And it's about common decency. So as a small percentage, we're not going to have the numbers to actually persuade him. But our role is to appeal to common decency. What is the common decent thing to do? The common decent thing to do is get the facts of the foundations of this nation, own the facts and foundations of this nation, do retribution wherever you can, repatriation whenever you can. All those processes of, you can't right the wrong, but you can actually make sure that you can compensate for those who have been at the disadvantage, are springboarded a lot quicker to catch up with where society is today.
And your description of the Wajuk project, and starting with that cultural advisory group that then came to a common position and a mandate, then engaged with government and the Rottnest Island Authority, I'm really interested in how important you think that process is, and how an equivalent process could happen for a National Truth-Telling Commission. Because obviously, if there was a voice, that would be a good place to start, to start with that. But can the same process and authority and mandate be achieved if it starts with a bill, a federal government piece of legislation? And how important do you think that is to its success, that it is co-owned and co-decided, and there's a sense of ownership of that from the beginning from Aboriginal people?
I think a bill is a great start of recognition. I think there's got to be a structure and a process that comes with the bill that allows time, investment, and patience. The two things I always tell people: if you want to work in any area and you get an outcome, you need just patience and respect. You've got those two, and everything else will fall into place. If you're going to do it within a time frame, and that time frame doesn't allow you to get your structures in place at that time, it's not going to work. You can't do it within time frame. It's got to be done within those energies of lines. Then you can time frame it, but you allow tolerance in the time frame. And why I mention timeframes is the government circles are not long enough for the timeframes we're speaking about. So that's the challenge we have: is do we trust the next and the cycle of governments that are going to change place? Because there's tiers. The tiers of government, of course, on the three from the I find in this truth-telling process, to me, the federal government should be working both closely, not only with state, but more importantly with local government. Because local governments are the ones that are on the ground. They're the ones where the opportunities for local people to have an input right across the country. It's those places in those local councils where the engagement processes could be elevated to on country, because having truth-telling on country and in place in the vicinity is far more powerful than you go into a state capital or a national capital and give evidence. So that's why I believe that on country becomes important in this process.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Chaney. 97% support is pretty incredible for any project or piece of work that happens, especially amongst our mob, who have lots of differing views at the best of times. I'm interested in the process that you undertook to build that support. You talked about undertaking a 2-year process, and I imagine that there's probably lots of conversations that even started before that 2 years. Can you talk us what you did to get to that 97%? Was that the kind of number you were thinking that you might achieve? I feel like I'm asking lots of questions, but how did you get to the 97%, and why is that mandate important?
That mandate's important because what we did is we went to the whole state. This is about the state. There were 3 parts to it. One, this is Wajuk country and Yungar country in there, so it was Wajuk business. So we met with all the Wajuk people, said, is this Wajuk business? Yes, it's Wajuk business. Is it Yungar business? Yes, it's Yungar business. Is it the rest of the state's business, including those who go over the border into the Northern Territories and South Australia? Yes, it is. So we got those fundamentals first, and once we got those, everyone agreed with that. And then we said, we have to have a process that meets the objectives. Should we use the 6 seasons process? So the fertility is just asking the question. Then the incubation is structuring a process. So we followed those 6 seasons process with the government process of a project management and a spreadsheet. So we need the time and budget and hours and all those sorts of things. We can match those up. So that's the second part. And everyone agreed that should happen. Where the 3% fell out is not about the process, the 3% about the personalities. And that's about, how come this one's there, or how come that one's there, and I should have been here, and we accept that. Because some people complain about the sun rising without their permission, so we can't do anything about that. Whereas the majority accept that it's the essence of what we're here for. So that's what we as a community live by. And we respect people's opinions, because that keeps us on our toes. And we don't have all the answers, and each, including myself, we made some mistakes. We own those, and that's where that experience comes in, by learning from those mistakes and try to do it better.
And did you undertake a process of bringing the non-Aboriginal community along on this journey too? Did you undertake a process to bring the non-Aboriginal community along on this journey too? Or was it mostly with mob first?
It's our mob first. We did it first with ourselves. And then once we've done that, we went to the Premier and Cabinet with a process.
Yeah.
And they invited us to come with the process. So they were very trusting. They facilitated and funded the first process without any interference. Then when we came back with a report to saying this is process, we documented that. So we went to the regions, we called the regional meetings, we documented how many people turned up and how many agreed with the process. So that was all documented and then presented. And
Who was the documentation for? Was it for transparency for mob, or was it mostly for government?
mostly for us.
Yeah, okay.
And that was really important, because sometimes someone said, well, I wasn't there, but someone else was there. Well, that's okay.
Yeah, okay.
So we know you're not going to capture 100% or get everyone.
Because you often get questions when something happens, like who do they engage on this particular
Yeah.
thing? Yeah.
Yeah.
So you captured that. So you had a
We
record.
captured that.
And transparency was
Very transparent. So
Yeah.
we got that. And because it was a 2-year process, it became more apparent to us that we have to finish and had an obligation, because during those 2 years we had an engagement and we lost about 10 of our elders during that process who supported the process. So was those sorts of things happen, and we've captured them having their statements. We've got photographs of them at meetings. It's got their family engaged as well, and so look, they supported. So that was, to us, was very important, because we knew that it was unfinished business, and those who support us, elders who supported us at that time passing away, we had an obligation to follow through with that.
Yeah. And there's that accountability back to the community too, about undertaking the right process, like speaking to the right people and doing your due diligence, and that's there for everybody to see.
From our perspective, and this is where truth comes in, from our perspective we did the right thing. But you get some other person may disagree and they may be right. We don't know. But so all we know is what we did is following a cultural process, engaging with elders, getting their support before we speak. It's an old cliche I said at the start, we don't speak for people, we speak with people on that. So the difference between the two systems is that the Western system of education teach people what to think, because they have process. This is how we do it, and this is what you do. Our process teaches people how to think. So we went back and we didn't say you should do this. We said, what is the question? What do you think about this?
Yeah.
So that's where it all had a buy-in. So we got all our data from collecting it from the ground. And when we got those statements, we had those statements we put into a report that came from each of these communities. They're all making the same statements. And so that became very important. Then it wasn't our recommendation, it was a community and collective recommendation that came from a number of different quarters.
Yeah. And do you think that it's important for a national truth-telling process to undertake a similar kind of path and get that community buy-in?
I believe it is, but I believe, and I don't want to put pressure on yourself, but I believe you're the expertise in this Parliament process, because I'm not any averse in how a government works. I've got an idea that you vote and they get in, and if they don't do the right thing, you try to vote them out. But you know the inner workings of negotiations, and there's things that are out to the public, but there's other things that are happening.
There's always the political machinations behind it.
There is that, and that's why I think we have, again, not only trust, but we have a lot of support for, particularly yourselves, the younger generations that are now in these positions to make those, and us older generations that we have to admit that we're in, are there for a cultural support or guidance, and anything that we can contribute from the past would be help now for you look at what you have now to build the foundations and build those foundations for the future. So I think that the answer to that question is a sit-down conversation with how do you think it would be structured. It should be Aboriginal designed and led, and then implemented and facilitated by a government process.
Yeah. I feel like we could sit and have a yarn with you all day, but unfortunately that's all we've got time for today. I want to thank you for your appearance here today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, which I don't think you have based on the questions, but you also may get some questions on notice from us, and if you do, could you please provide it to the Secretariat by the 25th of November. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, and we'll have an opportunity to request any corrections to transcription errors. Thank you very much. We will now take a short suspension for morning tea. We will resume at 11 a.m.
Can I close by just saying,
sorry.
I'd like to thank all those elders who went before us. They're the ones who left us our knowledge, and we're beneficiaries of those who have set the foundations but didn't have the opportunities that we have today. So we are not expertise. We're actually just carrying a baton for those who were the expertise and passing that knowledge on. So thank you, and
Hear, hear. Very well said. Thank you. We will resume recording. I now welcome representatives from Bringing Them Home Western Australia and Anglicare Western Australia to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee? I might start on the right-hand side of the table.
I'm Tony Hanson, Stolen Generation survivor, working at Yokai and co-chair Bringing Them Home WA.
Thank you very much, Mr Hanson.
Alan Carter, non-Aboriginal co-chair of Bring Them Home WA.
Thank you, Mr Carter.
Leonie Cotton-Williams, Director Aboriginal Engagement at Anglicare WA.
And Sarah Kane, Government Relations Lead at Anglicare WA.
Thank you very much. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I now invite each of you to make a brief opening statement. I might start with Yokai and Bringing Them Home first.
Right, thank you. I will kick off and will be very brief. I'm actually going to start off with a quote because part of what we're here to talk about is the experience we've had with truth-telling in relation to a documentary that we've just released, which would be the sort of issue that will be raised in this commission. And for us, this is about turning things around and giving Aboriginal people the voice, sadly which they lost, to tell their own truth. So this is a quote from Professor Anna Clark from a book called Making Australian History, which is about historiography in Australia. She says in the preface, "History making has taken place in what we now call Australia for thousands of generations. With this book, I acknowledge that the history discipline has been part of the architecture of colonisation, policing whose stories can be told and by whom. But history can also play a vital role in truth-telling and reconciliation, as the Uluru Statement from the Heart has advocated. Seeking justice, remembering and addressing this nation's past is an ongoing and necessary condition of individual and collective healing." I think a very pertinent quote for this inquiry and for the proposed commission. For us, ironically with the Wajuk being the speaker and the non-Aboriginal co-chair, it's about giving Aboriginal people the opportunity to tell their history, because I'm a historian by training. Long time ago at the University of Western Australia, and I tell you that in terms of stolen generation history, it was not taught in the 1970s. It just wasn't on the agenda. People don't know, and people still don't know. We have, as I said, been doing screenings of this documentary for the last 4 or 5 months, and consistently the response is, why didn't we know? So you might ask my colleague if he wants to add to that.
Yeah, Tony Hanson, for me it's, I always use a quote that when the present does not recognise the wrongs of the past, the future takes its revenge, and for that reason we must never turn away from the opportunity of confronting history together, the opportunity to right a historical wrong. And I think, that's something that we need to wake up and accept as a country and stop living in denial. I mean, as a stolen gen person, it's a privilege and honour to have a voice for my brothers and sisters, because many of them didn't have a voice. And, sadly, many of them that I've grown up with, sadly left this world at a very young age with so much trauma embedded in their well-being. And I guess we see that intergenerational trauma happening today with their children, and their children are carrying this burden of not understanding, not having no idea of what's in their DNA and why are they acting the way they are acting.
I'll go to Anglicare.
Again, On behalf of our CEO, you would have liked to have been here. I do have something to read. Leonie speaking. Anglicare WA has a long history of working closely with Aboriginal people across our state each year. Over 5,000 people engage with us as clients, advisors and partners in social change. We also have a long history of listening to the wisdom of Aboriginal elders, peoples and communities. We acknowledge that our organisation, our community and our country has significant work ahead of us. We support the Uluru Statement from the heart and its call for a fuller expression of Australia's nationhood. We acknowledge the strength and generosity of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples, and we celebrate this. We acknowledge the harm inflicted upon Aboriginal peoples and communities as a result of the referendum and remain committed to advocating for the recognition and justice of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples. The Truth and Justice Commission Bill 2024 represents a crucial step towards this goal. We recognise that our views are and must be guided by Aboriginal and First Nations people and communities of Australia. We believe that we have a contribution to make and an obligation to listen to how best we can make that contribution. Our presence here today is part of that process. Key elements for the success of the Truth and Justice Commission include Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander self-determination, engagement, co-design including co-decide, authority and ratification. Success will involve genuine and safe consultation and engagement, and the facilitation of truth-telling, accuracy, accountability, transparency and informed terms of reference, recommendations and actions. We acknowledge the historical and ongoing injustices committed by the Commonwealth Government, its agencies and non-government organisations, as detailed in the bill. We recognise the positive impact that access to quality education, secure housing, food security and freedom of cultural practice can have, and we see this and suggest including these in the scope of the bill. We advocate for provision of legal representation and support for individuals appearing before the Commission and ensuring it's accessible, trauma-informed, culturally appropriate, free and readily available. Anglicare WA recommends that the bill stipulates a requirement for the Government to act on its recommendations within a specified timeframe to avoid current and future inaction. Despite the recommendations we make for enhancing the bill's scope and impact, Anglicare WA firmly supports the establishment of a Truth and Justice Commission. We look forward to contributing to a future where Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples can lead fulfilling lives, make their own choices and experience truth, reconciliation and justice. And as a Wonnarua woman on Noongar Budja, I'd like to acknowledge the Noongar people in the room and thank you for having me on your country and other Aboriginal people in the room. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your opening statements. We'll now proceed to questions. We'll go to Senator Ghosh.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the witnesses for being here today. Can I ask you to reflect on the importance of a comprehensive co-design process with First Nations people in establishing a national truth-telling model, and on the practical ways to achieve that in a country with so many First Nations groups across such a wide geographic area?
I'll kick off. Obviously, representation is a serious challenge in the Aboriginal community, as you allude to, 250 plus language groups and what have you. So it is always going to be a challenge. And from our perspective particularly, the other challenge is the problems that we face with stolen generation people being marginalised as well. So in terms of representation, it's not only an issue around sort of traditional cultural groups, but also a cohort of people who've been marginalised because of their removal, and the need to engage them. So I don't think there's a shortcut to it. I think it just has to take time, and we'd rather you took the time and engaged as broadly as you can. Did you want to add?
Yeah, I just think, Tony Hanson, that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people should be part of the process, but also that we're leading the process. You know, it's co-design is great. I think it's important that First Nations people of the country take lead in this process and lead the design around truth-telling processes and the narrative to create and include however engagement in truth-telling occurs, and that those stories that are told and the records that are kept, you know, from those First Nations people. I think you can't do it without us. We have to be at the table.
Absolutely, and I think for us at Anglicare WA, that's how we work as well. So we have an Aboriginal advisory group, we have an Aboriginal staff network, and if, like Uncle Richard said, you know, being spoken about, being spoken to, being spoken for. So it's imperative, it's not just important, it's imperative that Aboriginal peoples are included in the co-design, and not just the co-design where it gets designed and then, right, thanks very much, we're off, but that bit about co-decide and being a part of the whole journey and being brought on the journey early. Like Uncle Richard said, even before you start the political process or the parliamentary process, or over here, with DPC and Wajuk, starting that, giving time for that, acknowledging that mob need to come together and figure out how they want to do things, so allowing that time. So it's imperative.
In addition to the provision of time, which you both alluded to, what are the sort of best practice models or methods of ensuring that community consultation is genuine and that it is First Nations led from a design and development perspective?
Just to say we have actually said we'd like for bringing them home to speak first. Yes, I'm an Aboriginal woman, but for an Aboriginal organisation to be here, so we would like them to go first.
Of course.
Yeah, I'll let the Wajuk in the room to reply first, because I think it's great to hear that coming from a white person as well.
Yeah, well, I must admit, I'm not sure that there is best practice in co-design. I think that it's become the catchphrase, particularly in government. We've co-designed, and everyone goes, oh, it's great, and we'll move on. But often when you look at behind the facade, that there's not necessarily the genuine commitment to actually listen to people. The great Aboriginal leaders have often said, you've got two ears and one mouth for a bloody good reason, excuse my language. So we need to listen a lot to Aboriginal people, so I think that the process leading up to Uluru, where they went around the country, was significant. And I also remember, because I was working in Parliament House at the time, in the 1990s, when the Native Title Act was being negotiated, that the Parliament ultimately agreed, after some pressure, to consult fairly widely, and they took a RAF jet and flew around the country talking to communities. So sometimes you need to go to them, not asking them to come to you, because that can be problematic, as there are many in the room who I'm sure agree. So I actually think there's some opportunities to work with places like the Centre for Social Impact at UWA and others who are designing processes that hopefully lead to those outcomes.
And Rec WA.
Sorry, at UWA, yeah.
No, and Rec WA.
Yeah, sorry, and Reconciliation WA, who are also expanding their approach. Originally, when I used to chair the Board of Reconciliation WA, we were largely Perth-based, but the organisation has now expanded to cover the entire state. And so they are engaging with communities in the Kimberleys and the Goldfields and what have you. So I think that it's that, and it's also having the humility to listen, to stop and take advice.
For us, we've led a project in Derby where we have gone in and listened, so it is all about listening. So I think, I don't know if there is research on best practice as such, but we have definitely found that process of going to community, like Alan said, listening, sitting with people, talking to a range of people, bringing people together, having time for the conversations, and then acting. So there's the truth telling, truth listening, truth acting. So if people are saying this is what we want, then that's where we head. So in that community, there were a number of conversations with different community members and ACOs. So we're really looking at the ACOs as well. And they had some ideas that we would never have, as Anglicare WA said, you know, have we got a service for you? So it wasn't about that at all. It was about listening to what is the need in community, and then working back, how can we support that? And one of their ideas was that they would like they called them back block heroes, to be acknowledged. You know, all the aunties and nanas that care for the whole community, the kids. So we worked at, well, what does that look like? You know, again, someone from Perth might go, oh, we'll send you over for a day spa in Broome, thinking that might be a nice acknowledgement, but, you know, that's not exactly what they want. So listening to community. So it's a lot about, and I think Uncle Richard mentioned it as well, about time for listening, time for multiple voices, going to place. That's what they did with Wajuk, going to place. Getting to know people, building relationships, which is big. If you're like, as a nation, like if you're doing this nationally, that's really big. So acknowledging that it's big.
I think also, Tony, making progress depends on listening to people in communities, so that there's wisdom and experience that can help shape those policies as a part of the co-designing program that affect their lives. We cannot keep doing the same thing and expecting to achieve different outcomes. I mean, that was the key message from the Closing the Gap report this year. Again, it's a message that I think it's so important, because if you sit with our people and you're genuine and you're authentic about it, we'll get better outcomes for our people. And understanding that we live in a big country with so many different language groups, and we need to be respectful of each language group around the area.
Thank you, Senator Ghosh. Senator Cox.
Oh, you're going to Ms Cheney first?
Oh, am I?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, she's on the list.
Sorry, I've written down something different to mine.
Then let Liz speak first.
Would you like to go next?
No, you're right. You go.
No, sorry, you're right. I haven't.
I'm sharing.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, I've confused everybody.
Just talking about that process, and having worked at Anglicare, I remember trying to work out how to make that co-design process actually work, and it obviously involves keeping enough open to start with so that there is co-deciding, not here are the very limited parameters that we're consulting on. You know, it's a very different process. In that context, with the bill in its current form, is it useful to pass this bill setting up a truth-telling commission, or does more work need to happen before the passage of legislation so that the process and structure reflects the wishes of Aboriginal people? Or put a different way, does the bill in its current form leave enough open so that there can be genuine co-design and co-decision in there? That's for anyone who wants to take it.
I'm happy to kick it off again. I think the bill provides a useful framework to start from, but it certainly, I'm sure that Senator Cox would agree that there's opportunities to listen to other people and to take things on board and change it. But in terms of The basic principles behind the bill, I think they're sound, and you know, picking up on the comments that have been made about engagement and what have you. If this takes a little bit longer to get there, then, you know, let's do it right. And so, in our experience, that issue of trust is just so fundamental. And we've had the experience in terms of the documentary we've referred to. Some of the people who are interviewed in the documentary, some of the survivors, acknowledged that they would not have got to the point where they could tell their truth without the support of Yokai. We were the ones, Tony Hanson, Jim Morrison and others, who've earned their trust and therefore their ability to speak. So, you know, if this takes more work to get it absolutely right and with broad support, then I'd certainly support that. But I think the basic skeleton is there, and perhaps I'm preempting other questions, but I think it's important to have a national organisation. Tony might want to talk about the experience we've had. I know it's slightly off your topic, Kate, but the issue of the discrimination faced by Stolen Gen people again and again and again, and it's evidenced by the experience on compensation.
And I think, you know, we're just looking recently, you know, just at the Queensland government, you know, the new government in place, at, you know, the closing of the Truth and Reconciliation and Healing Inquiry. Again, you know, it's being disadvantaged again. Stolen Gen people, again, are marginalised, even the conversation, not just with the wider community, but also with TOs as well. It's an issue that we have. We see that, we feel that, and we're being excluded on many levels, which is sad and disappointing, because the policies and practices that took place that removed us from country, we never endorsed. We were just part of the process, you know, being removed. And I think, you know, I think if it takes a little bit longer, like Alan said, I think it's let's get it right. You know, it shouldn't be. I mean, it's got to be a timeline, but let's be flexible about the timeline as well.
Yeah. So in our submission with the clause 1 and clause 7, so setting a timeline, you know, that cannot be determined. Setting a timeline that cannot be determined. So, you know, sometimes in the Western frameworks we have, you know, we need milestone 1 by, we need milestone 2 by, so having flexibility within that. Clause 1, it does say that there's going to be, it's critical to engage and consult with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander community and leadership across Australia before appointing members. So there is time in there saying that yes, we do need to do these things first. I think with Uncle Richard this morning saying it's here, it's a start, we can start and take all those things into consideration. Yeah.
And what do you think? Just interested in your views on, you know, bipartisan support, and obviously there's a balance there that you want to just get something started and get cracking, versus getting really broad support that might mean it lasts 20 years. How do you balance those, the need for action versus the need for breadth of support?
That's the $1 million question. that is the big. We saw what happened last year, so that's a personal fear of mine for sure. Yeah, and for something to happen in my mum's lifetime, when I think, you know, when she was growing up and the things she had to face, she will never see a referendum again. Not that kind of referendum. And I wouldn't want to rush something just so that, you know, the elders, and we're losing Stolen Gen, oh gosh, all the time. I wouldn't want to rush something just because of that. Yeah, I don't have an answer for that.
No, I think Uncle Richard shared some ideas this morning around that the time for fertility and incubation and really germinating the idea and the consultation, engagement and co-design. And then that will really inform the terms of reference and the purpose and outcomes that the Commission is achieving. And I think it's really critical for a non-partisan across all parties to really bring this forward. And we've seen it in other jurisdictions that it does take decades and decades, because the truth-telling is a continuous process and healing along the way. So I think there's got to be that balance of establishing the right scope and frame in terms of reference and membership of the bill and the piece of legislation, at the same time acknowledging it's difficult to put in a time frame. It will take potentially multiple terms of Parliament, multiple terms of government. So it will require bipartisan support.
I'll just add that, one, I'm thrilled to hear, I wasn't here for Richard's presentation, but I know that model that he talks about really well, and I've used it myself and encouraged others to. And as I'm sure he probably said today, Wajuk has just jumped to the action bit. Let's spend time in the early phases, and you know that's consistent with what we've been saying. I've in terms of the referendum, I've just finished reading Shireen Morris's book Broken Heart, which is an interesting insight into some of the stuff behind the scenes in terms of the attempt to get bipartisan support, which ultimately led to pushes to compromise, which obviously became untenable. But yeah, it's an interesting parallel. So I suppose we would encourage taking the time to do it right, but equally there's got to be a cut-off where you have to try and move this forward, and I'm sure Senator Cox will be keen to see it in action. The other thing, and perhaps it's preempting another question, the time for this commission, given the experience in Canada, we'd recommend 5 years, not 2, which means that you could potentially even come up with a compromise where you even sort of get things off and try and gain credibility and support as the process goes forward. But I think bipartisanship is obviously by far the preferred option. So let's hope that the committee process works. Certainly, as I said, given my experience in Canberra, sometimes these committees can work really well to try and iron those differences and allow things to move forward. So best of luck in your deliberation.
Yes. And my final question, I'm aware of the deep irony of asking Aboriginal people this question. Given the importance of co-design and co-decision and co-ownership of this process, how do you see the role of peak bodies or other organisations or structures in building that sense of ownership of this process, so that the process and the structures do reflect the wishes of Aboriginal people? What other mechanisms can we use to build that sense of ownership and buy-in in the absence of the voice?
Tony Hanson. Okay, I think for me it's great to have those peak bodies. I guess from my point of view as representing Stolen Gen people, the Healing Foundation is the only peak body that we have representing our voice. Can there be capacity for others? I think there should be. I mean, just recently walking into this state's Department of Premier and Cabinet's Advisory Council, all the movement goes through the peak bodies. And I think we need to have other options where, if it's the Ministers for Indigenous Affairs at each state and territory, they need to be supporting and elevating that voice as well as the other peak bodies. I mean, recently we've got a second peak body in this state. Again, I hope that all of the recommendations and our voices will be heard and echoed through those channels, because it's important. Because again, as our people would say, if you're not in the know or you're not connected to nobody, your voice doesn't go nowhere. And I think it's so important that our voices, when we're speaking to people in these peak bodies, that those messages are filtered through. You know.
Leonie, did you have anything to
And I think it's going back to that, allowing the time and the scope and understanding that it's big, and not just speaking to peak bodies, national peak bodies. There's other bodies that can be spoken to on state levels. There's bringing them home. There's Wajuk, Yokai, ACOs, approaching multiple places, because you do get, it wasn't my voice, I wasn't consulted, so you obviously can't consult every person across the country. So having as many avenues that voices can feed into as possible, again, that makes it really big. But are we going to do this well? Are we going to do this right way? And right way is listening to multiple voices. Yeah.
Senator Cox.
Thank you. Thank you all for appearing today. I'll start with bringing them home. You guys have done some amazing work in your virtual reality program that you did, Capturing Wandering Mission, and particularly like the impact that has had people watching that and providing a real sense of being there through that virtual reality concept. But also the very moving genocide in the Wildflower State movie. And congratulations for your recent achievement in the Japanese Film Awards. What a great achievement. And, apart from crying multiple times during that movie or film, the impact that has for broader Australia to understand what happened here in Western Australia as a truth-telling piece sort of goes to the heart of what bringing them home in the report really brings to life, but in fact is missing a very big two parts. One is what child rearing looked like before colonisation for our people, and I think I asked this question of Muriel Bamblett at the last hearing, but also now the contemporary status of children still being removed in this state at alarming rates. And that is one of our closing the gap targets going backwards. That amongst all of that, no one hears in the echo chamber, outside of the work that you all do, the importance of that. And if I take us back a year ago, just over a year, we're on every major news outlet in this country with Indigenous affairs being the focus because of the Voice referendum. This is an opportunity for us to do that again. Would you agree that, again, your work at different levels, local, state and federal, now requires national leadership? Enough for the reports and the inquiries and the recommendations and the yarns. There's a plethora of evidence that sits from the bark paintings that were given at Yirrkala to call for a Makarrata Commission and given to Bob Hawke and talk about treaty, to now, like 2024, we're asking for a commission that actually captures all of that around the country. Would you agree that a culmination of all that evidence can inform and does inform where we're currently at, and that this is in fact a real opportunity for us to now make change? So I want to pose the question to bring them home, but also to Anglicare as well. Sorry.
I suppose the experience that we've had with this documentary has been quite profound in a sense. We have been on the road running screenings of that documentary around the country, and sometimes it's been public screenings in a cinema. In other cases, it's been presenting to a government department or a corporation or a community group. The response has been extraordinary, and I think that for me, in terms of the power of the truth-telling, is a story from we did a screening for a construction company. Their executives were there. They were involved with the Reconciliation Action Plan. But they're also people who'd been taken off a work site. So they arrived after lunch in their high-vis gear and sat down to watch genocide in the wildflower state, which was an interesting challenge, as I'm sure you can imagine. So we then had a panel discussion, which we do, and that's been really interesting in terms of learning about truth-telling and how it works. And we got up on the stage with Jim Morrison and asked if there were any questions after a few comments. One of the guys in the high-vis gear, who I suspect had never been to a reconciliation event in his life, asked for the microphone and then just looked at the three of us and said, "Why weren't we told? We don't know this." And I think that's going to be a common theme in terms of the work that you hope to do under this. In terms of the issue of local, state, national government, there's a really important place for local truth-telling, and I'm sure you'd agree, and there's been some really powerful examples of that, particularly in relation to things like massacres. So, they have actually been powerful reconciliation opportunities. State governments, as Tony said, sadly, as always, subject to the whim of government, and having been in Queensland last week, it was tragic to see people who were working on that truth-telling inquiry with Josh Creamer who were devastated that the rug had been pulled out from under them. So I think there's a really powerful place for a national body, partly to look at consistency, but also to avoid the thing that Tony was talking about, which is the fact that if it's just left to the states, you get a significant variance between the states. And in our case, stolen generation compensation. We take stolen gen survivors to the Apology Day in Canberra in February every year, and it's becoming increasingly distressing for them because they talk to people from Victoria who are now banking their $100,000 payment from the Victorian government and access to funeral funds and what have you, and the Victorians say to our mob, "So, well, how much did you get?" "Well, we actually haven't got a thing yet," and there's nothing on the horizon. So those sort of challenges of the sort of federal structure, I think it make it really important to have them as many levels as you can. Different approaches at different levels. So I don't really add to that.
And I just, just some of the comments from the documentary is that, showing it in a full house at Luna, a lady said, "I don't have a question or comment, but I just want to ask the audience, will we stand with this group?" And to see really 500 people stand and applaud, they were crying and going, "I've never seen this before." Again, why haven't we been told? I guess even the documentary that Uncle Jim and I did with Miriam Margulies, I've had schoolmates ring me up and go, "I knew you were there, but I didn't realise the severity of it and the damage and the trauma," and bawling their eyes out. Again, it's, I think we just need to continue to do this work and continue to elevate. Again, it's, as I always make a little quote that I'd love every Australian in Australia in which every person will live with dignity and value and purpose. But to do that, there must be reflection on our shared history and the harmful periods and the events that continue to haunt us as a nation. And is Australia ready? Is Australia really ready? I mean, it's embarrassing when you go internationally and, being in Vancouver last year, and First Nations people from all over the world are honouring you, yet you don't get the same reception in your own country. And they're talking about it, and the world is watching what is happening in this space. I mean, I flew home and then I went to Abu Dhabi and came home on the night of the referendum, and the 5,000 people in Abu Dhabi are saying, "We're watching Australia, and we hope they do the right thing." Thanks.
Thank you. Leonie, did you want to?
I think what you were talking about is part of the truth-telling that there have been these calls for action over multiple generations from multiple different areas. I was in Canberra at the beginning of the year, and when I went up to Parliament House and I walked through that little hallway and saw the Barunga statement, and it just whacked me. I burst into tears. I was like, what the hell, you know? Like, this has been going on for so long, with so many different asks, so many different people, so many hopes that have been smashed. And I think that is part of the truth-telling nationwide. So yes, we need the local truth-telling as well, but there is a place for the national body to talk about that long history of whether it's called activism, whether it's called whatever you want to call it, but it's happened, it's there, the voice has been there, asking for recognition, asking for people to listen and acknowledge. So I think it absolutely can inform. Absolutely, it's part of the truth-telling that needs to be told. People wouldn't know what a Barunga statement is.
Yep.
But you know, for many Mulgars, you know, we know all that story. So for me, it does come back to that: what is a fuller nationhood? You know, how do we, as Australia, learn about the history that happens here? And I've been working in the education space for a long time, and they go, "Oh, but we didn't learn about Aboriginal history." And I think, well, did you grow up here? It's not Aboriginal history, it's history. This happened on this place where you live. So we want to be able to have a shared history and a shared understanding that will bring people together. And I think all the things that you spoke about are part of the truth-telling process.
Yeah. Just quickly, yeah. Thank you, Chair. In your submission, you talked about 60% of the Commission only being First Nations. Is there a reason why you've come to the conclusion of 60%?
Yeah, so it's Sarah from Anglicare WA. We got some advice from Reconciliation WA on that, and Jodie Nunn's experience on her research that she's done in other jurisdictions. So that was just a starting point, really, as a baseline or a starting point.
Right.
But we can take that on notice and ask Jodie.
Yeah, if you can provide, like, I'm just interested to unpack that a little bit about, like, what would the other 40% then comprise of if we're only saying 60% of First Nations people, but then we talk about self-determination, then we talk about Indigenous-led and designed, and so, like, I'm a little bit confused about your commentary in the way of 60%, because that's just over half, which sort of, then are we talking about legal expertise? Are we talking about professional counselling or other bits and pieces, which I know you also picked up in your submission? You talked about free, available, accessible, trauma-informed, culturally appropriate counselling and services to support the actual Commission in its work, which are obviously really quite important features. But I just picked up on the 60% going, if we are self-determining, would MOB actually say that? Like, so I'm just interested from your submission's point of view.
Like Sarah said, it's probably more from that reconciliation lens and allowing for if we need other people to...
Yeah, if you could provide that to me on notice, just so that I can have a look at, like, what's the thinking behind it and we can be a little bit informed, because I'm pretty sure Ms Nunn didn't provide that in her evidence this morning.
She did or she didn't?
She did not, no.
Yes, we can follow that up and take that on notice. And I think it is based on some of the research she's done as a minimum.
Right, okay. So as a floor, not a ceiling.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator. I suppose your evidence kind of points me to something that Malcolm X says, which is the truth does not change, only your awareness of it does. And you're kind of talking about how important it is to bring the work that you've done to the attention of lots of people and the kind of reaction that you've had from different groups who have witnessed, who have watched your documentary. I suppose I'm interested in the kind of like the education piece, the kind of public education campaign, if you will. Do you think something like that is needed as a part of a truth-telling process, and why is that? Why is it important?
I think truth-telling can happen on a whole range of different levels, and some of it will be through bodies such as this commission, proposed commission, which could then use the publicity perhaps that comes out of the work that's being done to push the cause. But it also needs to happen at schools and universities and what have you. The documentary that we've referred to is likely to be included in school curriculum as from next year. And we're working with the curriculum branch to develop a range of material for years 1 to 10 as well. So there's another level. And, you know, I printed off the 2 recommendations from the Bring Them Home report 27 years ago. There was a recommendation 8, in relation to school education, and recommendation 9 in relation to professional training. They've never been implemented. The Healing Foundation have recently done a review of the 54 recommendations. Surprise, surprise, about 5 or 6 of them have been implemented. If those recommendations had been implemented, you almost wouldn't need this commission, from our perspective, because it would have rolled out. Schools and workplaces would understand this stuff. So I think that's important. The other experience, and Tony can sort of elaborate, but we shouldn't also forget, particularly in the work we're doing, that some of this truth-telling is required for the Aboriginal community themselves. They don't necessarily always understand this stuff, and we've had countless examples. Even in the documentary itself, one of the survivors talks about the fact that she has not been able to tell her daughter about her experience as a stolen generation survivor. And in fact, interestingly in her case, she and her daughter went to watch the documentary themselves at Luna Cinema in Leederville. It was part of their healing together, so that mother and daughter understood it. But we also had a seriously powerful example we did a screening at Banksia Hill Detention Centre. We were reluctant, but we had, with support, we took 2 of the stolen generation survivors with us, a mother and daughter, and Tony and Jim and myself. Jim, when he arrived, he was a bit late. I'll try and keep it brief. One of the young inmates was outside in tears, and he saw Jim, and he said, "Uncle, I need to talk to you." He said, "I've smashed up my Nana's house twice. That's why I'm here." I had no idea what she went through. Nana had never told her. I will never do it again. It was an extraordinarily powerful moment, and there were other experiences along those lines. So, you know, I think we need to acknowledge that it's important, not just teaching the non-Aboriginal community about what's happened and that shared history, but sadly a lot of the Aboriginal community don't necessarily understand some of this stuff as well. Did you want to add on that?
Yeah, and I guess, Tony, just on that is we did a screening in the community here in Perth, and a very senior Aboriginal woman, well respected, said, "I apologise. I did not realise the severity of this impact." And here I thought I did know. My heart goes out to each and every one of you who's here today. And she said, "It just hit me straight between the eyes. It actually really shook me up, and I thought I knew, but I never knew." Again, I think when we look at the stuff that the Healing Foundation has a curriculum already, you know, that's accessible for schools. Again, it's led by schools, and if they would like to implement that, again, it's not implemented in the curriculum, but it's there. Again, schools will do it in silos, and that's, some schools will be the champions in that space, and other schools won't be. So again, it's a really good curriculum for each grade, from grade 1 right through the year 12. So I think it's a great opportunity for schools to do that and engage in it and learn more about it.
Thank you. Did you have anything to say?
I was getting some water. Can you repeat? I've got the gist.
That's what I was just asking about, the importance of I suppose, public education, that kind of awareness piece.
Yeah.
I think there are lots of examples about mob telling the truth, but the broader community not necessarily being aware of it.
Yes, yeah. And I think that was part of your question as well, that sometimes this truth-telling has been going on, but it's preaching to the converted. It's the same people that already know, and how do we reach a wider audience? We've worked together a lot in the education space, and seeing the difference is quite remarkable. And even that example of Wajuk on the weekend, you've got the truth and the justice which you're wanting, but that equals healing. It does. It can be unsettling and uncomfortable, but it actually leads to healing, and I think it leads to healing for, everyone. And we've also been sharing the film Genocide in the Wildflower State, and again, it's upsetting. There's tears. There's why, people say, why weren't we told the whole thing that you were saying? But it is healing, and it leads to greater understanding. So it's important to have that wider reach education piece.
Thank you.
Chair, can I just ask a definition, like a question, just to clarify? Two of the comments that were just made before, one is about co-design, and organisations. I think Ms Chaney asked that question, and I think goes to the heart of your question, Leonie, about some of this has to be unfiltered.
Yes.
Right? Like grassroots movements, and the most successful grassroots movements in the world have been raw, have been given in anger, in sadness, and they move people.
Yes.
They change the psyche of the nation because of the movement. Now, the 2008 apology is a perfect example of Kevin Rudd standing in the nation's parliament giving that apology to First Nations people. Now, sometimes I think we filter that language. I know in politics sometimes it's not acceptable for us to speak in the way that we might in community. We all code switch. And that this is a really important time. Should we embark on this journey? How important is the grassroots movement behind this rather than co-design? Like,
a bit of that. Can I also pick up on your comment about the apology? We hosted a live broadcast of the apology on the Esplanade before it became Elizabeth Quay many years ago. Big number of Aboriginal community largely, and in fact the entire West Australian Parliamentary Cabinet were in attendance. Our response to the apology was, yes, it's nice to have the apology, but in terms of this inquiry, from our perspective, the problem is the vast majority of the population had no idea why they were apologising. What's that about? Who's that? So in a sense, it was almost worthless. It's like saying to a child, just say sorry. What for, Mum? You need to understand the context as to why the apology was so important. So I think that goes to the heart of the truth-telling. Those initiatives in the Parliament are important, but in a sense, they're worthless.
But I think you do have to take the community, you do have to bring the community on a bit of a journey first, so that they don't just shut down. So for us, we've been embarking on truth-telling, obviously showing the movie. Even the title of the movie can freak some people out. Genocide, and like, what? Genocide? So we've been talking a lot about how we receive information and that truth listening, but very much about holding space for, well, how do you receive information, so that people aren't just going into that space of, oh, no, so that they can actually be, because then they end up in overwhelm, or they shut down, or I'm not going to that event again because I'm just going to feel bad and it's scary. And so we have been working with our teams in truth listening and receiving information, and then acting, like what can you do? And people want to know. Some of them crack straight open and go, well, gosh, like when Tonji came down, we had 80 people at Roland's watching the film, staff from all over the southwest, and for some of them that was very raw, and they were in that space of whoa, and then others were just furious, like, well, what can I do now? Like, they wanted answers for action. So I think it's knowing that there's those different responses, but softening the ground as well. Like, yes, we need to show them the movie Genocide in the Wildflower State, but also have the space where we can bring people on the journey, so that they don't just shut down and go, oh, I'm never going to one of those events again. Yeah.
Great, thanks. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Cox. Unfortunately, that's all we have time for today. I want to thank you for your attendance here today. If you've been asked to provide, or you may be asked to provide additional information on notice, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by the 25th of November? You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to any transcription errors. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Can I just ask one quick question? Out of interest, I looked on the submission list. I couldn't see Reconciliation Australia. Are you aware that they held a truth-telling symposium in Sydney a few years ago? Tony was actually in attendance. It was in October 2018. A really useful resource, which includes 10 principles for truth-telling, which I think would inform some of the discussion we had earlier. So I just thought I'd mention that for you.
Yep, you're welcome to submit it to the committee as evidence too. Yep. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. And we'll take a short suspension while we welcome our next witnesses. Thanks so much. Now resume the proceedings. I now welcome representatives of the South West Aboriginal Land and Sea Corporation to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee? I'm in your hands in terms of how you want to introduce yourselves. Who goes first?
My name is Dennis Eggington, currently the chairperson for the South West Land and Sea Council.
Thank you very much.
And Vanessa Kiggett, the CEO of the South West Aboriginal and Sea Council.
Thank you very much. So, although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. So do I need to speak up or? No, you good?
No, don't worry. It's ears, eyes, everything. So just...
The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it will be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to questions.
we're both a little not understanding the exact nature of the inquiry. I'm kind of figuring it's the next step from Uluru Statement, what was that thing we had? The vote, yes or no? Now we've got the other parts of what come out of Uluru. Okay. Well, truth-telling, I'm personally not understanding the nature of that, what that might be in this country. I look at where evidence is given, say in a court of law, and people that have been impacted by those injustices get a chance to do a victim impact statement. So for me to be talking about this, it's almost like a victim statement. And how can truth-telling, which obviously has led us to hear from some of the conversation that I heard about how Australia sees itself today, but without understanding that intergenerational trauma, which I'm not sure is a part of telling the truth. It's more like we've really got to let those Australians that you were talking about that know nothing about what's happened to us or this country, and thank God they don't, because they haven't got a vested interest, in people from southern Sudan and elsewhere might actually understand a little bit more what it's like to live in a colonial state. But unless there's something done to the colonial state, I can't understand how truth-telling may deliver what we want it to deliver. I did hear something about education, and I think without truth-telling, without having an education system that is from kindergarten to year 12, with a whole range of issues, not just truth-telling in it, but about First Nations, kindergarten people understand, the kids understand difference, to love and appreciate difference, and move young kids through that to high school at year 12, where they've got an understanding of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Children, where they've got an understanding of Australia's obligations to its international conventions. It has to be a parcel that includes both parties. It's not just about making white Australia see the truth. There has to be an intergenerational trauma approach, because victims are giving statements. And for me, I think that it's a multifaceted approach to truth-telling, which has to have an education component in it, most definitely. And I don't think truth-telling will make the change that we're talking about and we want without structural change to our nation state, unfortunately. And the sort of statement that makes to this generation is not anything about what went wrong, but this is their rightful place in this country. This is where First Nations people stand. That's the truth of the matter. And if you're going to address all the hurt, the shame, and stop that huge no vote that went against us, and the kerfuffle that's all about, people do not understand, and they're right. People out there do not understand the history of this country. So I guess that in finding a way through that, can I suggest to senators that we probably ditch any constitutional change and look for a reform in our in the Australia Act? I think if things were if we would have upheld our obligations to the Treaty on Discrimination before 1974 came about, Australia could have been made up of states, territories and First Nations as a collective people that govern this country. And I think it's not just truth-telling, but it's giving that place, that special place that's ours. And if that's not given, then truth-telling, you might as well throw that out the window, because the average Australian doesn't care. So 5 or 6 generations, what we do now will matter. And that because it'll take that much time for people to see a Noongar person after the settlement sitting in the local mayor's office on every single board within their local area, whether it's Wajuk mob here or whatever. It's about truth-telling has got to find that special place. Without it, we're just going to be, yeah, they're a group of Aboriginal people, First Nation people that were hard done by. Well, you're looking at a chairman of the South West Land Council that gave the land away. I mean, Manhattan has got nothing on this place. I'd have loved a handful of marbles, not some kind of trustee, and that's what not telling the truth is. It's about us now signing off our native title, but now we have to actually go to a trustee and line manage our $1.5 billion because we're children. We can't do it. We can't manage ourselves. How does truth-telling get people to change? Sure, not this generation, not the next, but I'm hoping that structural change in Australia coming and finding that place, and whether it's the Australia Act that needs reforming or whether it's a massive public relations campaign followed up by an education system that backs up what you want, I'm kind of thinking that we'll still get no's and we'll still get what place Australia wants for us, and obviously economically it's to fill their jails and their hospitals, to run a particular type of polity that is this democracy that we're stuck in. We're stuck in a colonial state every day of the week, and it's really frustrating. So that's my opening statement, Senators. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very kindly. We're okay to now proceed to questions. Would you like to add to that?
No, that's perfect. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Ghosh.
May I take what you've just said? Do you see that, or do you consider that there is some role for a Truth and Justice Commission in building political support for the structural changes you were referring to?
Yeah, I do, but please do not follow South Africa's style of truth-telling and stuff. I mean, we're continually looking at other countries, Senator, to find a way to deal with First Nations people, whether it's America or whether it's, you know, I mean, Mr. Roth did his dirty deeds done dirt cheap here, and then he went over to South Africa and did the same. And now we're following how they dismantle apartheid. And in a sense, that apartheid legacy is still... You're talking to someone that walked into the pub at Mataranka with David Goulburn and told to get around the back and drink with the blacks. Now, at the same place, I mean, 6 months later I was living in Burke in New South Wales, and I can tell you now, went into the front bar. Abos don't drink in here. This is the lounge bar. You go to the front bar. The kids had to wash before they get into the swimming pool. This is only in the 70s and 80s. I went there in 84. So apartheid is still alive and well in 1984. Truth-telling now is not going to change attitudes of those that really were quite happy to see those little black mucky kids there getting washed before they went in the pool. So, Senator, there is definitely a place for truth-telling and a commission, but we have to make sure that it's about this country and not following other colonised or places like South Africa. Well, yeah, colonised.
One of the observations you made in your statement was that it's important that this process not just be directed toward and for non-Indigenous Australians. What are the mechanisms, be they design or by way of consultation, that you think are going to assist to ensure that this process is also helpful for First Nations people? How do we develop those mechanisms?
I happened to catch the local Aboriginal Medical Service talking on the radio yesterday, and they were talking about bowel cancer, but the doctor said they've got a 715, which is, a long way to tell you that the Aboriginal medical services are good places to look for how to deal with trauma and upset and pain. They were talking about a holistic way of dealing with someone, from having someone come in, get counsellors, support people, a professional doctor to a professional medical person to come in and check. And so there's a whole team of people work. And to me, if they don't know what's going on in the minds of their clients, then they shouldn't be in the medical service. So I think those places are good to start. I mean, the Aboriginal legal services are good places to start. They've got, they've got 50 years. All these organisations now have 50 years of evidence, hard evidence, including people like Mr. Tony Hansen and others that came from the Stolen Generation mob. So, yes, is the simple answer to the question, Senator, but there are existing things that you could look for where there will be lots of evidence to be able to help the inquiry, or to help the commission if a commission gets established.
Vanessa Kiggett. So definitely community. You've got to make it work, you have to work with community. We can't expect to do something, give it to them and say, here it is. You've got to take them on the journey. So having the community involved from day one would help the process go a lot more smoother. So definitely community input.
There are various state-based bodies and potentially local-based bodies around the country, and then there are some states that, for instance, don't have current truth-telling or truth and justice processes in place. In putting in place a national body or National Truth and Justice Commission, do you have any thoughts on how we avoid either duplicating the work that's already going on in other states, and how you run a national process where, for instance, in a state like Western Australia, there isn't currently, as I understand it, a process on foot?
Sorry, Senator.
So the question wasn't clear. Is it?
No.
Just repeat the question.
Oh, sorry. It's really how do we best design a national process when different states are at different stages of their own processes, and some states have no processes at all?
Start again. I do not believe that anything that would be currently available is probably inundated with dominant Western discourse, which has, got science and religion as its two little children hammering away, and I just. Well, you can't use the same people that went for the Yes campaign, can we? Because that didn't do very well. So there is mistakes to learn from the states and territories on how to bring about a national understanding among ourselves. I would just start again. I would just offer the states and territories an alternative to what's out there now from your findings once you finish the inquiry, because we haven't got into that other area yet of justice, and if truth-telling is to bring about justice, then we could spend lots of time talking about that. But I'm unfamiliar, Senator, with what's happening in other states and territories with truth-telling, but I couldn't imagine it to be free of the constraints that we suffer from living in a dominant Western discourse and a colonial state. You can't have justice and truth-telling in that narrative, in that dominant discourse, because it's against us. It works against the language. English language works against us. So how we overcome that, I don't know. I don't understand a lot of this because I've only just realised in the last few days that this is what the inquiry is about. I do have a little bit of a memory thing going on there, Senator. It happens as you get a little bit older, Dorinda. you'll stop remembering Uncle Dennis one day, I suppose. So, look, I don't know. Like I said, I would start again. You know, listen to people like Tony and others who see the trauma of stolen generations, because truth-telling at the very beginning of the problem now is we've walked this road. We've walked down the road to a means to an end. The road is corrupt. The means to an end is going to be corrupt. And if this is going to have a better country for everyone, and if this is what it's about, truth is to mature our country to a better place where we can have those changes to the Australia Act, which will really bring unification in it. And what a wonderful future state Australia, based on the values and all of those things that would come through. I'm waffling, Senator, I apologise, but I think it's important to understand the nature of what it means to be Aboriginal in this country. And I don't mean Aboriginal from a Noongar perspective. I mean what it's like being Noongar and have this stuff just come on you daily. You know, I worked for 30 years in the Aboriginal Legal Service. The daily hurt and pain and trauma that comes through the door of that place. I'm going there because they've got their 50th anniversary. I mean, truth-telling, we might have not needed an Aboriginal legal service, only for very specialised, wonderful pieces of work trying to get money out of whatever. At the moment, inundated with the coalface of that conflict, the war that continues. There is a good thing about truth-telling and justice, is that another way to put it is that we can end the war that is continually waged on First Nations peoples in a colonial state. And it is, every day you see it, where settler society interests outweigh and are more important than ours. And how does that make us feel? I mean, if I'm telling you the truth, I feel pretty bad when I drive over Narrows Bridge and see all of our wonderful haunts, like Crawley Bay and all the beautiful places, taken. It gives me the shits. Sorry. The flipping gunner. So, truth-telling, therefore, has to really be about us being able to tell you how we feel as well. And maybe if that's a part of the Commission's job, is to really understand how Aboriginal people feel, because there is a lot of hate, there's a lot of anger, and there's a lot of, you know, there's still a lot of ground to do. And if somehow truth-telling and justice can bring peace to us as well, peace in here, then that's fine, because the way you deal with it is that you don't worry about it and you live on the streets and you get treated like the way you do, or you fight the systems and you end up wrinkly and old like me and never really had some time with my family over 30 or 40 years of work. So it's time. It's definitely time, and there needs to be the Truth Commission and justice, but it's not all about non-Aboriginal people understanding what happened. It's about us and our place in this society. And if it continues, doesn't matter how much truth-telling, doesn't matter how many tongies, the Aboriginal medical services will remain full, the legal services will remain for another 50 years. That's the importance of it, and it really has to be generational. So you start with those young kids. You're right, get into the education systems and talk about it. A human rights K-12 curriculum would fix it up. Don't let government schools be the first in there, or private schools get in. Don't let the private sector get in there first. Get government schools to do that. It's something that the National Aboriginal Congress, and so how far are we going back? 50 years, probably 40 years, recommended that Australia have this giant public relations campaign. So you guys, grannies, and all of us, we just went out there and that's what we wanted. We were the first people in the education, but that's exactly what we needed.
Thank you. Ms. Kickett, did you want to add anything?
No, not really. I mean, obviously, we've got our structures in the southwest area. under the native title settlement that has cultural decision making through our cultural advice groups, and we have our board of directors. So it's not perfect, it's new, it's working. So something similar, but we just got to remember that not one Aboriginal person speaks for all of us, and making sure that those cultural protocols right through to Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal people are always adhered to.
I'm now going to rotate the call and I'll go to Senator Cox.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Uncle Dennis and Vanessa, for appearing today. In Noongar country, there were 2 separate federal court cases to determine Noongar people's connection to this country. 30,000 years of connection, culture, people, language, all of the things that got us to the point now of the settlement process. And Vanessa, you just talked about the importance of us maintaining some of that through the South West Agreement. The West Australian Government also passed a recognition bill, Kura Nidja Border 1, past, present and future. As part of the truth-telling process, like, importance of that story on how we came to this point, what that means now in our recognition, how important is that story that captures all the pain and the hurt? Because people are writing about this is Australia's first treaty. And I think the Noongar people in this room know that we never negotiated that on the terms of a treaty. But the truth is out there, so-called truth, written by an academic, not written by us. How important is the truth to you as the South West Council to rectify that? To ensure that people know that it's not a treaty, it's not brokered on those terms.
It's a bit similar to, so thank you, Senator. Vanessa Kickett, sorry. I go back to where the previous people that was in here, Alan Carter, talked about the apology, 2018 apology. That is the similar settlement to the Noongar Recognition Bill. So the understanding of that was, so we have it written in language in our offices, so it's right there for all our people. But what does it do? How do we use that now to say, well, actually, yes, it recognised us. The settlement was not a treaty, as it is being seen across nationally as. I guess we dealing with the settlement at the moment is that we can, being in it, immersed in it day in, day out, it is nowhere near a treaty. And the expectations of our community, what they thought it was at the time, was absolutely nothing. But the thing is that the Noongar Recognition Bill is there. We need to make sure that we hold the state government, WA state government, to it, which we actually haven't done yet because we're just focusing on doing the other stuff in the settlement. But yeah, this South West settlement is nowhere near a treaty. Even the expectations of community, what they thought it was going to be, is nowhere near that at all at the moment.
And in that, I mean, we have a very big emerging position currently in Train, Yinjabandi, Yulnu in Arnhem Land around just terms compensation after the Timber Creek determination. We know that Noongar country wasn't brokered on a deal, essentially, that had just terms compensation in that. Again, without truth-telling around what that looks like, how we move forward, how we correct all of the social, economic and injustices that you talked about, Uncle Dennis, into contemporary way of understanding, to shift the dial, what are the pressure points that you think federally, given that this deal was brokered with the state government, but in fact under a native title, giving up our sovereignty or ceding our sovereignty in a legal way, of understanding what that meant for us as Noongar people? How important is that truth from a South West Council point of view in a federal space for other people to learn from that, to understand your learnings and how we can ever inform a better position, a better way forward as we carve out a path for future generations of First Nations people across the country, because we're coming to that point.
I think without the truth, we're going to be a lost group of people running around and stuff. The truth will cement Noongar Nation into place, because the truth will bring out the reality of what has happened. Look, when you have, and it was Kevin Gilbert, I don't know if senators know Kevin Gilbert, but he was a great Wiradjuri man, a great orator, great musician, great poet, great everything, and he said that invasion was like a rape of the mind so profound, and hopefully truth-telling will help heal that rape of the mind so profound, because it what blocks us, that inability to jump that next level and really demand your rights through a justice process or a truth-telling process is about the only way that we'll get some kind of real healing, because it just doesn't. It doesn't go. The point that I'm trying to make through all of this, it doesn't go away. Truth-telling won't stop. For instance, someone will go to court today, and they will not be afforded the principles that underline the rule of law. Just a couple of examples, if you're struggling with what I'm talking about. One of them is judged by your own peers. Equality before the law are two principles that underline the rule of law. They're not afforded to us in any way, what shape or form. So truth-telling is not going to help people understand when they see TV and they see the images of Aboriginal people. They're usually, sometimes they're followed up by a positive story, but they're usually stories that reinforce our place and reinforce the inability for us to manage and run our own affair. So truth-telling by itself isn't going to work. And the example that I used about the rule of law is a real problem for us, that it keeps the prisons full. So without truth-telling, we're going to be just as the same as the rest of Australia if we don't go through the process. I'm only saying that I didn't support native title. I still don't support native title. I do support Noongar people that signed a deal and now want the best out of it. But, you know, sovereignty is at the heart of everything that we have been and always will be. And truth-telling has got to lead to that. I'm just trying to give you an example of where I've lost it. But if truth-telling can't deliver that, I'm not worried about non-Aboriginal people walking around this country feeling okay about knowing the truth. It's not going to change anything. So structural change, but structural change in others won't happen either unless truth-telling's told. So they come hand in hand. They're gloves. They're gloves.
So the accountability mechanism is critical. I think in this bill and the consultation that we did were the powers of a Royal Commission to ensure that there's accountability. So the ability to call witnesses to ensure that we can call the Premier of the state, we can call the Prime Minister, the Minister of Indigenous Affairs, to give answers to the way in which legislation has been formed, or the past injustices for First Nations people. Is the view of this the way in which this bill could come to life if it is something that will result in the truth and, as you say, structural change to ensure that the broader public do understand the impact for us when legislation and policy isn't written in the way of its goodwill or intention. We then end up with very, very poor outcomes. We end up with the worst end of the stick pretty much, because we build law for everyone, yet we don't understand how it's applied for First Nations people. And I know, Uncle Dennis, in your history of the ALS as the stewardship that you provided in some of that criminal justice law, that the importance of that is how we apply it, and the truth-telling does come back from that. Do you see that in where you currently are in the South West Council, the importance of us having truth-telling to talk about the native title process and what that has done? Because it wasn't our rule of law, that we had the law of the land around how we determined law, our own law, versus Western law. Is that an important federal-based issue where you can see it would have impact to talk about that when we are still the most incarcerated, some of the poorest, have high rates of homelessness, even here in a big city like Perth? Like, these issues are still fundamentally at the heart of the business that we, who have brokered one of the only deals in the country, are still hampered with and hamstrung by what might be administrative issues or the administration of those through trusts and other things. How important is that story?
That's Senator, absolutely important, especially in relation to the South West Settlement. So there was a community expectations, absolutely nothing to reality what is going to be at the end of it. I mean, we as Noongar people can't just rely on, well, the intent was, well, that doesn't help us. This is the process now. So how do we hold people to account? State government, the people that negotiated it, it was their intent, but it's not written in a way that it should have been. Dennis, do you want to add any more to that?
No.
Yeah. So absolutely, it's important for us in the South West Settlement. Noongar people relied on it to make it work.
And is the importance now?
Absolutely.
Just to clarify that. So we can't kick the can down the road because we are now seeing a serious lack of attention while we have 18 or 17 closing the gap targets, 4 of those going backwards, and a lack of data even to show us what is happening in our states and territories. And here in Noongar country, we still have some of the most appalling statistics in the country. When we talk about child removal, when we talk about incarceration, when we talk about homelessness and housing, we are still seeing some of the worst statistics in the country. Is the urgency now?
The urgency comes from the fact that there is no broken wheels. There's no bad policy, none at all. It's doing exactly what it's designed to do. And unfortunately for us, it's designed to keep us in our place. And and so when you have that sort of, so I get a little frustrated when we look for prison cells to have no hanging points. What are people locking people up for? It's just, I mean, we need our children back. We need our people out of prison and out of hospitals. You've got a society that is constructed to do exactly that. How do you deconstruct a society that has got a place for us? It was Jim McGuinty, a Labor minister, that said, I'm not closing Roebourne Prison. Too many people's economy rely on it. It's an Aboriginal prison full of Aboriginal prisoners. And isn't it a shame when that has got to be the driving force behind the economy of this country? So if you're truth-telling, That's what it's got to do. It's got to change that around.
Thanks, Jo. Thank you, Senator. Ms Chaney.
Thank you. I'm interested in hearing more about the purpose of the truth-telling process, because what I'm hearing is it's not going to solve anything on its own, but it can be part of helping heal or building a case and demand for structural change, improving the education system with a human rights lens, building an understanding of how Aboriginal people feel. You talked about needing a big PR campaign, and I'd love you to talk more about that and understand how this process could play a role in that.
No, look, Senator, I don't know. All I know is that the NAC, when it first got established, recommended to the federal government, its first recommendations was to have a huge public relations campaign that dealt with all of what we're talking about now. So I don't know, maybe that's something that the Senate can look at and find out what was actually mooted back there by the NAC. I don't know.
But what would the intention be, do you mean? The public relations campaign with what message are you saying?
To reverse, I guess in those days, reverse the negative attitudes towards Aboriginal people. Okay. It was pretty kind of new thinking. You know, we went through the apartheid stuff. It took us a long time to get to being a First Nations group with our own First Nations rights. I mean, we're all running around looking to jump in the swimming pool with all the Wajuk kids, but no, it's First Nations right. So it took us a long way. So I don't know how that would work when you've got, once again, that naive thinking didn't take into consideration the language that's used on TVs and in newspapers, which is really designed to keep us in that special place that this country has constructed for us.
And so is that then could be, would you see that as being a purpose of a truth-telling commission, is to have those discussions openly, increase people's understanding or change people's understanding so they recognise the way the system's stacked against Aboriginal people, and challenge some of that thinking? Do you think it's a useful process?
That's a great way to sum it up, Senator. Yes, I do.
Yeah, okay.
I think when people realise what's happening, they won't want to be a part of it, particularly those that haven't benefited from the wrong. Remember, it's only those that benefit from a wrong that should fix it up. Because if you don't benefit from it, well, you know, if you benefit from it, it's not in your interest to fix it up. You've got to get to those people that have benefited the most from our oppression. And that could be every Australian. But I would think that it's a very small amount of Australia that gets the bulk of our economic wealth from our country. So, yes, I think that's a great way to put it, Senator.
And with I've heard mixed views from you about whether you think truth-telling is the next step or not. I suppose I'm not clear on whether you think this is a good step to go in, whether it doesn't achieve what we need to, or it's you know, it's useful. What's your broad view on it? Is this a good thing for us to be talking about?
I shall repeat it again. Okay. Yes, it is. It's essential, but by itself it will not do anything at all. And the negative images and the place for us in this constructed society, because if you understand social reform to a polity, it's only happened by conflict and conquest. The war still continues. When you make massive social change, that's what happens. So yes, truth-telling has to be there. It's an important part of it, but without any real structural change to the fundamental fabric of this society, which has got that constructed place for us, that won't matter. If that leads to that, and that road to a means to an end is not corrupt, then you're not going to get a corrupt end. You walk a meaningful road. You walk a corrupt road, you're going to be buggered at the end of it. That's Gandhian 101.
And given the, I mean, it sounds like it's really important that there's buy-in from, or a sense of ownership of this process from the Aboriginal population, you know, and it's not seen as being something that's being driven just by Parliament. How do you think you build that sense of buy-in and ownership that in the process early on before you get started? You know, if we pass the bill and set it up and do it, will that succeed, or do we need, you know, what time do we need to spend working out what it's for and how it can be done in a way that honours what you talk about as being, you know, different to the Western discourse?
It takes 200 years, it takes 200 years.
Mm.
You've got to start the journey again. You can't walk this pathway. The future Australia is going to be no good. It's going to be no good. No good for us.
So how can you build that? What can we do about building that sense of ownership in this process? If you say it is a useful thing, what would you suggest in terms of community engagement, or you know, who are the people to engage with? How should that happen before it's set up?
It's a really difficult question,
okay,
because when you set it up, 65% of all blackfellas in this country will support it. The big mob won't. Those that won't support it will be people that will see it as just another fold on top, just another one. Just, is it going to real change? So, couple it with the sovereignty movement might work. I don't know.
So that
Senator, I don't know the answer to that, unfortunately, because things have been so fractured and shattered that we're all at that point, and that's why I say nationhood building is very important. Nationhood building for us is so important, and it'll be different for each nation. It'll be different for Noongar than it is for Wiradjuri, or it is for Wankamara people. They're my Wankamara. So, and some of those will be traditional communities in a sense of a Western concept, Western societies that their governance will be really strong, because it'll be senior men and women who've got law businesses. For us, it'll all be different. So that diversity that has colonisation, invasion, colonisation and settlement has created, I think, Kate, is that fine in this forum to call you Kate?
I think so, yeah.
Thank you. I don't know. But I would like to call you Kate. Thank you, Kate. I just think that creation of that diversity is something that we've rallied to. The flag gave us a pan-Aboriginality, and that was our involvement at the UN and stuff like that. And then all of a sudden we're now moving back towards individualised sort of concepts, like with the Southwest Settlement, and you've got 6 regions. Should have been 9 or 8, 10, but there's 6. So that's proving the same problem for us, because you've got people that are different. So the Balladong people want to run things Balladong way. Perfectly all right by me. We need them strong and healthy. Wajuk need to run and make the best out of the Perth city that's just burning with new developments and all, and future acts would have brought in billions of dollars to Noongar people, but no. But anyway, so
getting some
you
buy-in.
just have to keep going at it. You can't fix 200 years of walking this road that's just caused the problems. Truth-telling will help, definitely.
And so, but in building that truth-telling process, engaging with groups and structures that exist in a place-based way is really important, rather than trying to say a one-size-fits-all. Yeah,
I get more truth out of people, Senator, from those that have gone through the same process as us, Southern Sudanese, other people that live in this country that have been colonised and come here, are the ones that can't understand what's going on. What is it that India did to get India back? What is it what this country did to get that back? What are blackfellas in this country doing to get our country back? Well, we're not. We're trying to live peacefully in our rightful place with everyone else. It's, the egg's been scrambled.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cheney.
Long time.
I wanted to get your thoughts on cultural safety in a truth-telling process, and what it is you think we need to do to look after our mob when we're constantly, sharing our stories and our trauma. What do you think a national truth-telling process needs to include to take care of our mob?
The insidious true nature of what's going on, really. I mean, I can't go back because we haven't got time on social reform. But if you accept that every single country in the world that has massive social reform was through conquest and conflict, then it'll start, people in the country will start to have an understanding of the true insidious nature of colonialism. Without that, everyone thinks that they're getting a fair go. Well, they're not getting a fair go either. So I think it's understanding that, the true nature of what it means to have your country, have it invaded, and then constructed to keep your place in that. So, like,
yeah.
Cultural safety. Cultural safety.
was that? Oh, sorry, I missed that cultural safety.
No, you're fine.
I missed this. I was trying to think what you said. It was safety, was it? Cultural safety. Cultural safety. Well, I don't know. Cultural safety is so important because we're just not going to do what we need to do without feeling safe about it. And I think that how do you embark on another process, this time a truth-telling process. The last one was a treaty process, whatever it was, and then there was the voice to Parliament. I don't know how we now get cultural safety among us all. Linda might want to know about cultural safety and how safe we feel in a dominant place, and it's quite frightening. I mean,
you're welcome to take a question on notice too, and put some kind of, if you've got some kind of thoughts you want to put together on what it might look like, you're welcome to take it on notice and provide the answer to us later as a committee as well.
Look, I think if that's the case, then senators, we'd love to put something in writing around.
Yeah. And that goes to anything that you've given evidence on today. If you want to add to anything that you're given today, you're welcome to provide additional information to the committee as well in writing, but you're also welcome to take any questions on notice.
That will help.
And then the last question for me before we run out of time is, I suppose I want to understand from your perspective if, I suppose, kind of where a truth-telling process should sit, and is it important for it to be separate from government? Or independent from government, I should say, not separate, because they're kind of connected.
Very interesting. No, I don't think it should be.
Okay.
I think government should show that it is fair income and do it right and get it right. People will be okay with it. It's just there's no integrity in it. There's just there's no truth in what happens. People know that there's not going to be outcomes and the truth gets lost. But government should lead it. Who else should lead massive reform to a? We've got to get here. Government have got to lead that. We can push. Noongar can rise and say we want our place in the political fabric of Western Australia. We will. We will. So we're on notice for writing, and I think, Senator, I'm probably getting to the end of being worthwhile for you anyway. So. I appreciate it.
Absolutely not. But I will now thank you for your time here this afternoon. And if you've been asked to provide any additional information, like we've just talked about, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by the 25th of November? And if you're unable to make that time frame, then just let the Secretariat know, and I'm sure the committee will grant you an extension if I can on behalf of my colleagues. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, and we'll have an opportunity to request corrections to any transcription errors as well. So thank you very much. We will now take a short suspension while we welcome our next witnesses.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Proceedings. I now welcome the representatives of the Martuwarra Fitzroy River Council to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
My name is Anne Paulina and I'm appearing before the committee as the Chair of the Martuwarra Fitzroy River Council.
Thank you.
My name is Lachlan Caraher and I'm supporting Anne Paulina giving evidence today for the Martuwarra Fitzroy River Council.
Thank you very much. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to questions.
Kaya Wajuk Buja, Nunga Buja, Kaya Wiran Buja. So I just acknowledge that we're on Noongar country and acknowledging the spirit of the land, because to us the land is alive. It's an active agent in everything we say and do. So just acknowledging that. How does this work?
So you've got a couple of minutes to make a short opening statement if you wanted to before we proceed to questions, or we can go straight to questions. It's really up to you.
Yeah, well, I mean, first of all, I want to say thank you for acknowledging my submission to the inquiry. I also want to ground my inquiry in regards to having also submitted a submission to Senator Lydia Thorpe's genocide bill, because I think both of them go hand in hand together in regards to looking at truth and justice in this country. So I just wanted to make a statement that everything I say is prefaced on what I have written, and happy to take questions and to give a general statement. I also understand that we have submitted a small film as part of the truth-telling and seeking justice in this inquiry, and that some of you may have seen it. It will not be used as evidence in the inquiry because there's copyright issues on it that we have not had a chance to resolve, and also senior people also authorising it. So it was shown yesterday at a conference I'm presenting here on the Petra conference, so it has. So from that, I'm wanting to preface this that my statement is grounded in the submission that I have submitted to the inquiry, and that will be lots of the written context. But I also understand that there may be questions that I will be asked that I may need time to respond to, and that was important hearing the final, the previous witness, to be able to have that opportunity, because my world works in a world of the waiting time, and sometimes there are these big questions that we need time to give respect to and to answer in a much more constructed and articulate way than sitting here in front of an inquiry, which is not really my cup of tea. But I want to thank you. I also want to acknowledge you in the statement that you made in Parliament. I thought that was a very powerful statement when you joined the Parliament.
Thank you.
And very impressed by your worldview on that. So I'm happy now just to follow the questions and respond accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and absolutely you're welcome to also provide any, respond to any questions on notice, as you've said. I will now proceed to questions and go to Senator Ghosh.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much for being here today. In designing a National Truth and Justice Commission, how important are incorporating locally led or community led approaches to its systems, and what are the best ways to ensure that we get community voices into a national process?
Thank you for that question. I think one of the responses I have in my statement is that this can't be a centralised top-down process. We have to hear the voices of the people on the ground, and I think part of that process is that as Aboriginal people we understand that we are now living in a world where we have a duty of care to settler society as well. So that's why I'm saying that I think this sort of framework really needs to be grounded in what I call place-based or a regional approach to truth and justice, because the way I see the world is that we need to walk together hand in hand with fellow Australians, and we need to bring them on the journey. So in order to do that, they need to be part of the dialogic process so that we can continue to manage our lands and waters in the way that we believe is a proper and fit state in modernity. So I've made it very, very clear that I don't think this should be a top-down with commissioners appointing people that they have no idea about in terms of the relationship and the relationality on the ground. So for me, I do not see this process working unless people on the ground have an opportunity to form a regional response back to the commission process.
And to unpack that a little bit, do you think that's, in terms of a regional-based response, is that based on language groups or individual First Nations groups, or would it be based on an aggregation of...
It's based on the fact that there is a law for this land that currently stands. There was a law for this land before we were invaded, and where I come from, that law still stands. And so we are bound on the Fitzroy River by a law called Wallangari Law, which brings all the nations into account to have standing, but also accountability and responsibility back in terms of duty of care. So for me, I would see this as a bicultural process where Aboriginal people in the region come together and be part of the process going forward. So it's a collective.
One of the things that's that you advocate for is in relation to intellectual property rights, and it was actually an important part of one of the other inquiries that this committee undertook into Indigenous economic independence as well. What are the measures or what are the ways that a Truth and Justice Commission can ensure that while it's taking evidence, it also respects and preserves First Nations privacy and intellectual property?
It's probably one of the only things we've got left in terms of property rights, is our intellectual capacity to think, to have reason and to make judgment. So from that perspective, when I see ICIP, I think it's a total process whereby it has to be negotiated between the parties. What is consent? How long is that given? What's the intent of the information we're providing? How many different activities that would be put into? One of the big things in regards to IP, as I said, I believe it's the last bit of property rights we have, and so we need to treat it with decency, integrity and respect. One of the ways that we work as Matawarra Fitzroy River Council is the story belongs to the storyteller. So in the work we do, in the films we make, in the stories we tell, everything belongs to the storyteller. That is their lived experience, that is their knowledge, that is their wisdom. So we always make a point of saying that if we're going to use anyone's information, it must be with free, prior and informed consent. If we're using it in multiple processes, we need to go back and renegotiate that with the storyteller. So I think it's really important. One of the big things in terms of where we're going as a nation is the conversation around biodiversity. And one of the big issues with that is looking at, one, the nature repair market that's coming into vogue. And I've made this public statement that it seems a shame that we've got to destroy biodiversity to create a market. But from that perspective, one of the things that's happening in terms of looking at Aboriginal people's plants and medicines and all of those things is with the Therapeutic Goods Administration is that once you synthesise a plant, there is no benefit sharing. So there is no recognition for the input and the custodianship and the way we've managed our resources from the beginning of time. None of that is taken into consideration. It's output that's measured by government and these laws that are, as I say, not fit for purpose. So from that perspective, I think it's very, very important to understand that, as I said, it's a strange process, but unless Aboriginal people are at the table, I'm not just talking about biodiversity law. I work right across multiple disciplines, and what I see is that we are failing in this country with our laws and policies, not just for Indigenous people, but for the nation as a whole, in terms of what we are really grounded in is the politics of economics, not the well-being of our people and our nation. So from that perspective, there's a whole lot of complexity that needs to be unpacked in terms of knowledge, who owns it, who values it, who is recording it, how is it communicated, where does it go, all of those sorts of things. But I think there's a lot of complexity beyond just IP in this country that we need to get a better handle on.
There are a number of different models for truth and justice, like processes that have been implemented in different countries in the world, South Africa, Canada, New Zealand, among others. And taking into account your answer earlier in terms of the importance of it also reflecting an Australian process, reflecting the views of different communities in Australia, is there anything that you think we can draw upon from that international experience in designing our own Truth and Justice Commission?
I don't think we need to look outside. I think we've got the mechanism right here. And this is the point I'm making about first law. As Indigenous people, we always governed on scale. We always governed for the greater good of everyone and everything around us. So I think that's the model of best practice, is to look at place-based bioregions and how we come together to make the decisions for the well-being of everyone, not just Indigenous people. So from that perspective, I think we've got the model right here. It's the oldest governance model in the world, and that mechanism of looking at bioregional conversations, place-based decision-making, bicultural in terms of bringing everyone. These are the two laws we had in the Kimberley. Wālangari law is the law for the whole of the river, where all the nations who are connected come together. The Wunan law is the regional governance model for trade, reciprocity, for a whole range of things. So what I'm saying is that you don't need to look outside. We've got the model right here if there is the goodwill and the good faith to explore this and to really validate what I'm saying as a truth initiative.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Janey.
Thank you, Chair. I'm interested in how you would see a national approach fitting in with state and local approaches to truth-telling, given the need for it to be, local and place-based. What are the benefits, or how do you see it fitting between existing state or localised processes and a national one?
Yeah, well, I think one of the big issues in this country is the power of the jurisdictions. So I think it's really interesting in terms of, in a way, how this country was set up and how it was governed and how you have statehood responsibility. Having sat as a Commissioner for Water right around this country at the beginning of the year, I saw the impacts firsthand in terms of trying to get policy up off the ground and the pushback from jurisdictions, both state and territory. And so I think that's a real big issue, is the power of the jurisdictions in terms of when you're wanting to embed something from a Commonwealth level. The Commonwealth is a little bit dumbed down in its process in terms of when you look at what the Constitution gave the Commonwealth the power to do, which was to make policies and law for the benefit of Aboriginal people. That is very rarely called into question except for the Northern Territory intervention. So I think there's a lot of big backpedaling that the Commonwealth does do in terms of its duty of care to Indigenous people. And then realising that we're living in the state that we're in, and so therefore you need to bring the state government with you. So part of that process is working with government. Really, how do you tell the story in terms of are they really seeking truth and justice in their own processes, and then how you go about doing that. So from that perspective, I would be saying that this state is made up of nations, and every nation is identified in terms of whether they're from the Murchison, whether they're from the Pilbara, whether they're from the Kimberley, whether they're Noongar, Wajuk, Budja, and the complexity of this nation down here. So I think there is a duty of care. There needs to be a wake-up call within the state processes to look at what does truth and justice mean for our people in this state. Part of the problem is the fact that local government is not in the federal constitution. It's a fabrication of the state. So the state has power to come in over the top of local government, particularly around planning and development decisions, and excise the decision-making away from local government. So just in terms of your own governance model, I think there's a failure there in terms of really understanding that true democracy should be held in the hands of the people from the region, and then we decide how we're going to move forward.
So if a truth-telling process was set up at a national level, would you want to see that broken down to a nation level, as in Indigenous nation?
Well, that's how we
so that
govern.
it's place-based.
We didn't have a monolith of the Commonwealth telling us what to do. I think one of the big things is the difference between first law, law of the land, and state processes, state law, is that our law was really based around values, around ethics, around virtues. These are the ways we're going to live together for peace, for balance, for harmony. These are the rules that we're going to negotiate as civilised people living in civil society, and this is the way we did it. We self-regulated our behaviour. That is totally different to white law. White law requires rules, regulations, policies, and a duty of care of those systems to understand their own law and be able to regulate. So this is some of the problems that I'm dealing with in terms of structural violence and systemic racism, dealing with entities like ORIC, who do not know their own law when you speak to them about different issues. I understand that they are, in a way, overwhelmed with the number of Aboriginal corporations they have to look after, but that should not negate their duty of care to understand their own law in order to be able to ensure public policy is implemented on the ground from a fair and equitable way. So we've got complexity there. What was your question?
Oh, it was just about how, whether actually place-based local truth-telling processes deliver what you said the need is, or whether we do need.
It's the only way it can do that. One of the things I saw as Commissioner for Water around this country is there is no trust capital at any level, local government, federal government, or the state government. So I think there's quite a bit that we need to do to build that trust, to build the respect, to be able to build a way that we can sit around the table as civilised people within our regions and discuss what is true democracy at that local level. And for me, it can only work from a regional basis.
So do you see a benefit in there being a Commonwealth truth-telling process?
I think there's a duty of care for the Commonwealth to invest and to ensure that they fund this process correctly. But at the end of the day, for me, it goes back to the jurisdictions.
So funding localised processes rather than having one overarching?
Funding, when I talk about local, I'm talking regional. So what's the regional model for the Pilbara? What's the regional model for Murchison? What's the regional model for the Kimberley? So I think there is an opportunity to bring these disparate groups together to have the dialogue. Because obviously, in terms of just listening to Professor Dennis just then, was the fact that it is a complex situation. And what we're trying to do is bring everyone to the table, because this journey of truth-telling, of reconciliation, of healing, must involve non-Indigenous as well as Indigenous, and we need to be able to sit at the table, hear diverse views, be informed by the correct information, and collectively make a decision as part of a democratic process how we're going to move forward. So this cannot work with just Aboriginal people. And so therefore we need to bring our fellow Australians with us in terms of being able to respond. Because at the end of the day, this process walks away. If we've undermined trust, then we just stay in a situation of chaos and uncertainty.
But that's more likely to happen at a local level.
I think that you're going to get a better fit. I mean, it's all in the marketing, it's all in the framing and how you tell this story and how you bring the people with you. So I think if there was a way of saying that you're putting, in a way, the power back to the regions, for all of us to be sitting around the table and debating these complex issues and see how we walk together forward.
Thank you. What do you see as being the biggest risks with a national truth-telling process?
Well, I think the biggest risk to me was seeing as I said earlier, I want to go back to premise this on the genocide submission I did. One of the conversations I'm wanting to advocate for is the fact that this country did sign up to a genocide convention back in the 40s, 14, I can't remember. So I think there's another way that we need to think about how we're going to do this together as a collective.
And so, then is the biggest risk that we don't recognise the genocide? Is that what? Just linking to the question.
Yeah.
What the
point is you do recognise the genocide, but the point I made in the submission of the genocide submission was I did not believe that the Attorney General should have absolute power in determining what genocide cases get up and don't get up, and that's what that was what I put into my submission.
Right.
So I don't think that one person should have so much power as to, in a way, dictate what's in and what's out. And that was the only, that was one of the big recommendations I made to the genocide bill, is that we can't just have one person deciding what's in, what's out. It needs to go beyond that.
And sorry, just to clarify, so how does that relate to this truth-telling process?
Well, it relates to this because what we are still seeing in contemporary Australian life in 2024 is a continuation of genocide and ecocide to our people. And so if we have a process that's going to devalue that, how can our voices be heard?
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Ms Cheney. In your submission, you talk about, I suppose, the process for appointing commission members, and you talk about it not being appropriate for them to be appointed by politicians. Can you just unpack that a little bit more for the committee in terms of why you think it's inappropriate, and then what would you see as an alternative process for appointing commission members?
Well, I think the first thing I'm talking about is the need to build trust capital at the local level for us to be.
So you think before you even get to talking about appointing people, you need to go way back and
we need to go back. We need to really, in a way, how do we sell the story?
Yeah.
The point I'm making is how do we bring the people with us, not just Aboriginal people, but fellow settlers with us on the journey, and to. I think there is a feeling of intent that people want to have healing and they want to have reconciliation. And I go to the failed process we had with The Voice, and I think one of the reasons why it failed, I almost voted no for that. Not because I didn't believe in the story, I didn't believe in the process. And I think when fellow Australians looked at that story that we were sharing nationally, what we saw was a predatory elite. We didn't see the voices of the people on the ground who are working really hard to transform their own circumstances. So that's why I'm saying is that that process didn't work for me. It didn't work for a lot of people in the Kimberley. And so I think we need, part of this journey is to invest in why this is such a critical conversation to be had with our nation at this point in time. So that's why I'm saying is that we need to tell the story right, we need to frame it right, we need to show that it's going to be producing a win-win if we are to move forward as a nation. So I think it's how you tell the story, how you bring the people with you.
Yep.
But I cannot see this working from somebody from outside determining who gets to sit at the table. One of the things that I'm finding in my work is even with many of our Indigenous institutions, there are still voices of people who are muted in that process. And so we need a way to open it up, to allow democracy to prevail. And I think we can do this in terms of how we've got the voting things, like, okay, we're going to have a commission. Who in the region, which leaders want to put their hand up, put their hands up, and the mob vote for them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We want Joe Blow, or we want this, or we don't want Anne, or whatever. But to give the people a process of ownership so that they can do that. So, I mean, we could do that tomorrow in terms of what we can do with the voting.
And you think cut ministers out altogether?
Cut the ministers out altogether. It's not about them. You know, ministers come and ministers go. We need to understand the consciousness of our nation and where does our nation want to go in building a secure future, not just for Indigenous people, but for fellow Australians. And I think this is definitely well overdue, and it really needs to happen sooner than later.
Yep.
But we need to give the power back to the people, not to the centralised systems that are so divorced from the people on the ground.
So it sounds like you are supportive of a truth-telling process and commission, but you're saying we need to think about how we... the process is just as important as the outcome in terms of bringing people along.
Yeah, it's more important. If we don't get the process right, we don't frame the intent of why we want to have this dialogue, the fact that we are wanting to walk hand in hand with fellow Australians and go forward, then what's the point of it? Because at the end of the day, we've got to live in the regions. We've got to live with our non-Indigenous colleagues and friends. And so that's why I'm saying it's a process that needs all of us at the table.
Yeah.
So the Indigenous leadership could come through some sort of voting process, and then we open it up to fellow people in the region who want to be part of it. Yeah.
Yeah. So you kind of started talking about the next part of my question, which is what would you like to see as a part of a co-design process or a kind of walking together process in the establishment of this? Do you have some thoughts, either kind of based on what it is you've seen, or you know, based on you talked about our governance being the oldest in the world. How do we start that process?
There has been a bit of that process starting ad hoc in WA. I mean, a week ago there was a very big, important meeting over at Rottnest Island in regards to, you know, where our men are still lying, and there seems to be a feeling of intent of goodwill from many Australians, fellow Australians, non-Indigenous, and I think we just have to work on that. But it's about getting the story right, that this healing is for all of us, and truth-telling is so important. When you see the countries that have been colonised and have been through a truth and justice process, that seems to be okay, and people are trying to get their, you know, treaty processes right from so many different angles. So I think everything's an experiment, and I think I believe if you show that there is an intent and goodwill, that we need this happening in our country. I mean, part of my vision, which probably won't happen in my lifetime, is for this place to become a republic and to abolish the states and to have better regional government. And that's why it's so important to think about where does local government sit in the federal constitution? It's not there. And so what would that model look like? Having been involved in local government, one of the things is in the last 15 to 20 years, what we've seen is amalgamation of local governments. So I think there is an opportunity to go back to what we had, which was a better regional government, and then, you know, us picking, and this is where the Republic debate fell down, was us picking, the people picking who the president would be and not the parliament. So this is like quite abstract, but in terms of my intent, my vision, my dream is for how do we get the regional base solid? How do we all work together? How do we understand risk? How do we understand opportunity? How do we build the new economies? How do we build better regional participation and governance at that place-based level?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so when you say we, do you mean like First Nations communities and non-Indigenous communities?
Correct.
Like that's the kind of, it includes everyone?
Yeah. I mean, the first process would be, as I said earlier,
Yeah.
that the local Aboriginal people within the region would pick the leaders who would be part of that dialogic process, and then we would open it up to a bigger process to invite other interested parties to sit at the table with us.
Yeah, because I suppose it goes to my next question, which is what role do non-Indigenous people play in these processes? Like in a truth-telling process, kind of regionally or nationally, what do you see the kind of role of non-Indigenous people?
Well, I think before you got into a situation where you bring the white folk in, I think it's very important that the Indigenous leadership sit around the table and understand the vision that we've got, so that when we go into a bigger process, we're all very firm in terms of this is our collective vision for where we want to go.
Yep, we've got that buy-in from
so
mobs,
that
important.
we've got buy-in from the mobs, and that everyone is very, very clear that when we go into a much wider dialogic process, this is the position, this is the framing of the collective of Indigenous leaders from the region going forward.
Yeah. All right, unfortunately, I do need to share the call now. I'll go to Senator Cox.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. And thank you for both appearing today. And I am familiar with your wonderful work that you've done, particularly for the Martuwarra River and the protection of the swordfish in that area. And well done. I know that there's still a way to go in relation to the work that you do and the biodiversity, a rich biodiversity in and across the Kimberley, but particularly in the Fitzroy Valley. So thank you for that. In your submission, you mentioned very specifically in sections 6 and 7 of the bill that you wanted to see an amendment to ensure that the Commission is First Nations led, with representatives elected through grassroots processes, which I completely agree with, and agree that that process must be First Nations led and essentially grassroots. But how would you approach that work? I know that you've just said your response to Senator Stewart's question was an election process, but what would those mechanisms need to look like? Are we essentially talking about a black electoral roll in order to vote for our elected representatives, as I think Victoria do with their assembly process?
We've got an Aboriginal electoral roll for the Assembly.
Yeah, which is probably one of the only in the country that I'm aware of. But are you essentially saying we need to set some mechanisms in place before we get to that point? Or do you think that we have
we need to, a part of this is bringing the people with us, which includes our Indigenous people. So part of it is, what is the story? What is the intent of the Commission? What is our duty of care to be involved in it? Why should we care?
Yeah.
And I think all of those things then get people thinking that, okay, this is a moment in time where we have a duty of care as Indigenous people to stand for our lands, our waters, our people, and for truth and justice. So from my perspective, the story needs to be told. We need to bring the people with us. Then we can have a voting story.
Yeah.
I don't want to go in with a voting story and people half-cocked and then wondering what we're all doing.
Yeah.
So
Because we've sort of gone full circle, have we not, Professor Paulina? Like, we've gone from an ATSIC era of voting for our representatives at a regional level. We've gone into a process now of native title, which has sort of been the pseudo platform, I'll use that word, of leadership in our country. And now if we move to a truth-telling commission around how we then try and decolonise some of that, like we're going sort of almost full circle back into an elected process, and that's why I asked about the mechanisms from your point of view.
Yeah, I think one of the things is that, from my perspective as a leader on the ground, my sister was the first Social Justice Commissioner in this state. She was also ATSIC Commissioner. And I think one of the things is we have not seriously done an evaluation of why and how and did ATSIC work. For people on the ground, it was extremely successful. I think part of why it met its own demise was a few bad characters that pulled the system down. And so we can't just say, oh, there was ATSIC and there's no ATSIC. I think there needs to be a full evaluation and a critique of that, because most of the people who sit on the ground saw that as a system that was working, and then it just disappeared.
Yep.
One of the big things about ATSIC was it brought discretionary funding into the regions to allow the leadership to decide how they were going to invest in strengthening capacity on the ground. That was totally removed from us. We had people that were doing essential services, doing lots of good work, and then all of a sudden this just disappeared.
Yeah.
So I just want to make it very clear that I don't think ATSIC failed. I think really what we had was we did not have an evaluation of it. I think it was politically sabotaged, and I believe that it was pulled down because of some bad characters that were at the very predatory elite level of ATSIC. And I think that system, for me, evaluation is so critical, and I think really for me, ATSIC was it. That's the answer. But what form it may come back in, I do not know. But I think for me, I would like to have seen the critique of why ATSIC was, dissolved, because it wasn't that it was not working on the ground. It was, from my perspective. So I just want to put that to the floor. So in terms of the whole process, as I said, it's about telling the story. It's about bringing our people with us. It's about letting them feel they've got ownership of the process. And then we go to the electoral model, which seems to suit a lot of people.
Thank you. Also within your submission, you talk about that you recommend that the Parliament should introduce and support a range of additional truth-telling initiatives and to strengthen the existing ones. So can you unpack that a little bit for us?
Yeah, well, it's possibly, what's real. And at the moment, this seems to be that there's an interest to get this commission up and a bit of a truth-telling process. But for me, it's the everyday, in a way, moral contract we have citizen to citizen in the region. And my vision at the moment is, how do I create a bicultural governance model and also a bi-regional model to bring people to the table so that we can talk about development issues, talk about other things that are happening in the region. So from that perspective, I reckon that the only answer really is, as I said earlier, going back to the model that I know of from the beginning of time, which was to create a bicultural model, bring all of the Indigenous leaders to the table, and then look at how do we govern for the greater good of everybody around us. So for me, it is a bi-regional process, and I think we need investment in getting that up.
And in the range of mechanisms that you, or initiatives that you talk to, are you alluding to different types of processes and projects in the way of, it can be an art form, it can be song, dance, different ways of truth-telling that incorporate story? I think Dr. Richard Wally talked about this morning story and song and the importance of maintaining that through truth-telling, to sort of immerse that in the way of, or platform that to be offered to people to see how truth has been removed. It was my understanding of the way that he presented that. We're being talked for and talked at, rather than us having a voice and having agency in that.
Yeah, my background is a multidisciplinary scientist, and I say that we're a little bit testosteroned out on science, and we need a different way to tell the story to bring the people with us. So this would apply right here. We need a way to connect human to human and show that this ancient wisdom, this culture that is here, one, when I talk about knowledge, is the oldest science in the world, but two, the way we communicate through song, through dance, through story, and that is such a powerful mechanism. The arts is also a creative way of not being, of being inclusive. People feel it when they see something, they have an experiential reaction to something. So I think art dance, song, ceremony is in a way, the way we tell our story. And then obviously, you know, if you're going into court, you need rules of evidence, so we need publications as well. So from that perspective, it's all about what is the intent of the dialogue, how can we bring on a number of different voices. I say, you know, people go, oh, Professor Anne, 2 PhDs, 3 masters. I say the wisest people in the world that I know cannot read and write. And so their voices cannot be muted in this process. They have wisdom and knowledge way beyond what I could ever achieve in any institution. So we need a way to be inclusive. It's also a way, as I said, part of this is the story of bringing fellow Australians with us. So when they keep getting reminded, and you see all this when people travel, you know, we've got amazing elders who sit on the council who've been to all over the world. And you sort of see them and you kind of go, what is going to come out of this person? And then you see the magic of their paintings, of their story, of their lived experience, of how they can use different art forms to communicate the story they want to communicate, to show that what is actually here is a gift that is coming from Indigenous people, not just to fellow Australians, but to the world. And so to be able to incorporate these other ways of storytelling through this truth and justice process is so important. You know, the other day, a couple of weeks ago, I had a conversation with young people from school, and I had a conversation with them. Within a week, they'd sent me a little comic strip talking to an expert. Around me was the expert, but was my totem wrapped across my... And I thought, here are kids at high school, you know, just going into high school. They've heard my story. They've come back to me and given me a 3-page paper with a comic strip that said everything I said in 3 hours. So you know what I mean? So this is all about... I'm just publishing a paper on what is dialogue at the moment. And it's very, very interesting in terms of why we have it. What's the intent? What's the purpose? What do we go in? Do we go in thinking that consultation is consent? So, yeah, so happy to, you know, add, but are there any other questions?
I think there's the last one and the follow-up of that, which I'd really like your input into, is that the powers of the Royal Commission have been sketched into this bill, and one of the, I suppose, criticisms of it is really that it would be in a sterile, you know, environment, but I think the intention behind that is to use the powers to compel witnesses and witnesses for accountability versus having an environment now where we can receive evidence. In my experience, both in the Senate inquiry but also in viewing a very successful federal court on-country hearing in the Tiwi Islands, is the ability for exactly what you're talking about, people to hear, see, experience what is truth-telling about totems and the ceremony that exists. So from bush foods to ceremony to paintings that traditional owners can provide to a process like the federal court as evidence is sort of the evolution of the way we do truth-telling. And I know that the regions sometimes find that real lack of connectivity to what essentially is a very traditional justice system. Would you see the importance of having Royal Commission powers still as important if we could have on-country hearings, making sure that people have those that are accessible and they're able to receive evidence that is the broad range of aspects that can really tell the truth are in that regional model that are important for everyone to hear? Sorry, I know that's a lot. I can tell by the look on your face.
Just repeat the question.
So having this bill look specifically at giving a Truth and Justice Commission at a federal level.
I mean, the facts are there already. This is where we're going with a lot of the native title hearings.
Yes.
We go out to country. Because remember when I introduced myself and acknowledged that this is Noongar, Wajuk, Wajuk country, I also acknowledged the spirit of the land. Because the land is alive. It's an active participant in our world. And so you're taking due respect back to the land as well, because you're allowing that, in a way, ceremony to happen in live time on country. as part of recognition that the respect needs to be back to the land. So we already have these precedents already happening. They work really well. They're very exciting. You can tell it in multiple ways. I mean, the bark paintings, the songs, the stories, the dance, and potentially creating new dance and new song and new story.
That's great. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Before we break for lunch, I'd be very interested on your paper on what is dialogue is finished in the committee receiving that, if possible. So I'll put that on notice to you if that's something that we can have as a committee. But my job now is to thank you for your appearance here today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by the 25th of November? And of course, if that timeline doesn't work, you can also just get in touch with the Secretariat and have a chat about what's possible. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to any transcription errors. So thank you very much for your appearance here today.
Great. Just before I conclude my part of the story, part of the fact is I've also published a book called A Declaration of Peace with Indigenous Australians with Nature and First Law, and a second paper that I think would be important to the inquiry is how are the voices of Indigenous women muted in the judiciary. So if I could add those two attachments, I would really appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll now take a suspension for lunch and resume at 2:20.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
IGA. On the corner there, there's a little IGA.
proceedings. I now welcome Ms Carol Martin OAM to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
My name is Carol Martin, and I appear as an individual to give evidence and some remarks.
Thank you very much. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to questions.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to begin by just stating a couple of facts that you probably already know, but I'd just like to reiterate that it's been decades of policies destroying Aboriginal families, and all of those events were actually facilitated by legislation that was set out to do exactly what it did. So I just want to make sure that you understand where I'm coming from. And I had 12 years as a Member of Parliament in the West Australian Parliament. I am a 40-year social worker. My expertise being child protection and community development, mainly in the Kimberley and Pilbara. And it's been my experience that if we don't actually acknowledge the past, we're doomed to relive it. So this is why this is so important, and the reason why I actually stepped up to offer some of my comments and some of my own experiences. So it's my view that if we can actually move forward without having people telling us to build a bridge and get over it, to do it with decency and respect, then hopefully we will have a way forward. So I believe that this process needs to be above politics or political parties. I also believe that we have to recognise that to get an outcome that will look after all of the people that are affected, we need to be honest. We need to actually take responsibility. Okay, a lot of these policies were made prior to, your service in the Parliament. But what I can say is that it doesn't actually alleviate any responsibility as, a public figure with a responsibility to right the wrongs of the past. I believe that victim blaming is not going to work. So telling Aboriginal people to fix your problems when they are captive in the process of policy making and kept in poverty, kept out of all enterprise and any of the ways of breaking the chains of poverty, which means full economic participation, the use of the means of production, which means we need our land. You guys have had it for a while. It's about time that you gave it back to its rightful owners. And then I think also we need to start seriously looking at fixing the problem, which means decades of destroying our families to create an underclass of servants, which is where all this came from, all these policies came from, didn't work. And now we have to deal with the reality of, like what everybody calls dysfunction, but is in fact the result of decades of abuse, of women being abused, by having their children stolen from them, by having children alienated from their people, their country and their culture. It's my view that we need to stop using Aboriginal people to be a part of a business plan for NGOs. And also, we need to recognise that our people are a part of this huge industry. whether it's the prisons, mental health services, out-of-home care. In Western Australia, there's nearly 5,000 kids in care. 57% of them are Aboriginal. We only make up 3.4% of the population. I mean, these things tell us all about it. So how about we start looking at, because we have the vehicle, here it is, this is the vehicle. We need to look at reconstructing families, bringing our children home, not saying we will, but doing it, and then looking at the future. But we can't have a future until we get our kids back, till we have policies that actually respect us. And I believe that there is a way forward if we can stop putting funds into removing children as a start and reconstructing our families so our kids are safe in them, in families that were destroyed by policies set out to do exactly that. So I know I sound a bit passionate, but yeah, somebody's got to say it.
Thank you very much. Appreciate those opening remarks. I'll now share the call and I'll go to Senator Ghosh.
Thank you, Chair, and
thank
you, Ms Martin. One of the concerns that's been raised this morning by some of the other witnesses is in their submissions, and it's one that's very live for this inquiry, is how do you have a National Truth and Justice Commission that is nevertheless sensitive to local concerns and interests and is indeed locally led and First Nations led? Do you have any thoughts on how you can reconcile the need to be locally based and First Nations based with potentially the need to have a national approach?
Okay, so my comments, Carol Martin, are that if we keep leaving the policy making in the states, we will keep revisiting this exact issue, which is, you know, we need uniformity, and you're not going to get it from the states. I'll give you an example. Queensland, the 1897 Aborigines Act, the actual blueprint for the apartheid system. I mean, it came from Australia. It was created here. The blueprint came from here. So that's one of our states, and now they've actually walked away from the truth-telling. You know, I mean, let's be honest. If you leave it to the states, it depends on the political climate at the time and where your votes are. I mean, it's not rocket science, you all know that. And the important part about it for me is, if we don't have a federal process, then we're not going to get anywhere. And you know what? You can still be sensitive to the needs of locals. I mean, I'm Yamaji. I'm 400 kilometres from where you are. But guess what? Where you're sitting, when I was 10 years old, the referendum results came down. I was across the road in the park, in Beaufort Park. So, you know, we've all got connections locally, but if we're looking at the better good for our people, then we have to have a look at all of the legislation as a collective and why it was put in place, even right back to federation, because, you know, Section 51 actually excluded us for a reason. You couldn't take the land if we were actually deemed to be human or citizens. So, I mean, yeah, it has to be where it is. Watering it down or giving little independent states there and territories their say aren't going to fix it. It's a universal issue.
Thank you. We find ourselves now, obviously, at the back end of an unsuccessful referendum to implement a voice to Parliament. In terms of ensuring that that a Truth and Justice Commission proposal gets support from Indigenous and non-Indigenous Australians, are there any lessons or insights you think we need to stay focused on to build that support?
Keep the media away from it. 70% of the media actually stated the no and continued the no campaign. And the reality is the media believe they run the country anyway. So keep them away, that's number one. Two, it's my view that one of the reasons that the Yes campaign failed was because a stupid phrase that said, if you don't know, vote no. Who started that? I mean, the Conservative side of politics don't want Aboriginal people to do well. Pretty simple. And I don't understand why. You know, but then the majority of people who don't understand aren't educated. And why is that? We had a referendum, right? And the results of that referendum said that we need to inform our community about culture, about history. And guess what? It went really well for 10 years and then fell in a heap. So, you know, yes. And keep politics out of it. You know, divide and conquer is the best way to lose a fight.
In the absence of either a voice to Parliament or to a body that's equivalent to ATSIC, do you have any thoughts on how to ensure that a National Truth and Justice Commission proposal is endorsed by First Nations people? How do we get that endorsement or backing?
Well, I think there's two things that we need to look at, personally. And again, this is my view alone. It's my view that if you want to get this process to have some outcomes that are successful, inclusion is one of them, of course. But the other thing is, I've been to meetings all over the country where, you know, our mob weren't given interpreters. And I'm not talking about First Nation languages. I'm talking about people who use high English that is actually set out to exclude our people, right? So interpreters at all levels. Some of our mobs still, you know, like have English as their 7th or 8th language. So, you know, a lot of the previous policies didn't work because these things still happen. But those are the lawmakers and the cultural people, and they need to have a say in all of this. So interpreters, language, and you know what, we've got language centres everywhere, so it's not as if it's not available. The second thing is briefing. We need to let people know exactly what it is that we hope to achieve. But when you've tried find these organisations who have to submit and continue to submit to governments to get funding, then what they're doing is competing against others, other Aboriginal groups, other Aboriginal people. This should be above all of that. It should be for everybody. And the truth is, what you're trying to get out there. Most of us are still suffering from colonialism. And as that goes, divide and conquer. So our people have been turned against each other for decades. So it's about time we moved above that. So that's my view, that the more information people have, the people on the ground that these, you know, like all of these previous policies actually affected, they are the ones that should have the voice, not the people with the loudest voice or the highest profile or any of that. It's about the people on the ground. And you know what? It's going to be expensive to actually talk to people, but they deserve it, finally. And I think you are the vehicle to do it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Ghosh. Deputy Chair Price.
Thank you, Chair, and hi, Carol. Thanks for joining us. I'm in Geraldton today. I'm just going to guess that you're a little bit further south than me today.
My local member.
Thanks so much for joining us today. I just wanted to pick up on what you were just saying then, and actually try and turn the attention back onto the actual creation of the commission, if you like, the rules of engagement. And we have taken evidence during this inquiry about not wanting it to be top down, but more to be bottom up. And we know that what we're discussing in this inquiry is a proposed bill. And in the proposed bill, you know, it deals with the appointment of ministers, so the appointment of commissioners. And it also talks about there being 4 years in which the commission should report on it. And, people have had lots of opinions on those particular issues. So, you're a regional woman, so am I. And I guess what I'm concerned about is, from your experience, your parliamentary experience and your life experience, how do we get the regional voices heard? I'm not talking about people giving evidence. I'm talking about simply at the starting point to get the structure right. Because if we get the structure right and regional people have had a say, there's a better chance for engagement and for the Truth and Justice Commission to be successful.
Okay, I can answer that in two parts. The first is, if you have a pincer approach, which is top down and bottom up at the same time, you meet in the middle and it'll work. But if you give one, one group more, more leverage than everybody else, then of course they dominate. And what the problem is, if you want equity, you've got to actually put it in place so that everybody gets a say. So at one level, you do have to deal with the people on the ground. And, it's a little bit harder to go and sit and have a cuppa with somebody and find out what they want. But there are a lot of people that don't feel culturally safe anywhere else. So if it's a cuppa at the table, do it. The other part is, with the top-down approach, the people who actually have the power are at the top. So if they are convinced that this is the right thing to do, it will work also. But it won't work in isolation. You need both. And the other part for me, so the next part is about, how do you approach everybody? Well, I believe that when you appoint somebody, right, number one, they should be qualified. Number two, they should have something to actually give in terms of what you see as the outcome. You guys are actually paving the way for the future. I want to see more succession planning. I want to see more of these young people. We work so hard to, get these kids educated, get them with their law degrees and all of the things that they need to look after the oldies like me. I've been doing this for 50 years, getting a bit tired. And and I would really like to see some of these young people. And look, I admit I take responsibility for not bringing these kids with us. I brought as many as I could, but that's one person. See what I mean? Yeah. So we need to have a proper, look at a balance that provides what happened in the past and the reality of that, and what these young people see for their future. We can't keep being their gatekeepers, I believe that if we keep supporting our young people, and I mean as a collective, it means that they'll find a new way for all of us. But at the moment, when you've been kicked a few times, you don't want to get up. But when it comes to the people we need to speak to, you have to go to them. That's how I see it. And succession planning for these young people with our support, just don't dump them in there and say, here, go, kid, you want it, it's yours. Don't do that. Support them, mentor them so that, the future is there. So, as I said, we've got to stop being gatekeepers. So when you're looking at the appointments, make sure that they're relevant and these young people have got a support mechanism around them.
Yeah. And I was just thinking then about, the area of Western Australia that you and I live in. Just thinking about what was the actual, the meetings of a Truth and Justice Commission look like? Can you sort of paint a picture about what do you think would be best practice, what would be culturally safe? Because there will be people who, live out the back of Yalgoo and, that they would like to participate. But how do we get them to participate? Versus, people that are involved with Yamaji here in Geraldton, they might be happy to go to, the old people's hall and sit in a more of a open sort of public space.
Okay, so I actually, I think personally, my experience of getting feedback from everybody that's relevant, right, is something that I was a part of in the Kimberley when we were doing the stolen children inquiry. So children removed from their family, Aboriginal children removed from their families. It was an inquiry. The two Dobsons were there, so Mick and Pat. And what happened was we were we were asked to do two things, because I was a social worker back then when the inquiry came through. The first was to brief everybody on how the system worked, how the court worked, and if they weren't safe, they had to give the panel a sign to say, I need to stop for a minute. So we put in place all of those safeguards. They were all culturally appropriate. And then after, because they'd been giving evidence that was so horrific for some of them, we had to debrief them. We took them aside to make sure that they were okay. We couldn't just let them leave there after giving their evidence. And then the culturally safe place, we had two places, one for the men and one for the women. But, you know, it was there if they needed them. Some of the women did and some of the men did, because they needed to be with other men, or, you know, the women need to be with other women. So there were culturally safe places. And how that was set up was through Kimberley Aboriginal Law and Culture Centre. That was how they wanted it run, to look after everybody. The other thing is they were actually on a piece of land that everybody felt safe on. So it's about being on country for some people. The other thing is the tribalism that shows itself can be destructive, but it can be managed, you know. So when people stand up and start yelling and, you know, cussing everybody out, there's a protocol. People don't come in unless they agree, you know, to the you know, the behaviour, and you have to put some restrictions on, but it's not, it's the old people that do that, the elders. And then everything can happen, because you've seen it yourself. When people get angry and passionate, they just, you know, they flip it. And they scare the old people, or people that don't want to be around violence, they leave. So everybody has a right to say, and there are ways of dealing with it, and we've been dealing with it forever. And it's because people are hurting, you know. I mean, trauma is trauma. So the other thing is understanding structural racism from an Aboriginal perspective, because there's this trust that's missing from a lot of our people that are my age and older. They don't have the trust mechanism anymore. So they you know, the panels need to understand the actual construct that is structural racism and how it affects people in the way that they behave. And, you know, I mean, very few of you will go to a shop and be followed around. It happens to me all the time, you know, all my grandkids. So, or, you know, you go to a place and people treat you like you know, you actually need them to speak very slowly or very loudly if you don't get it. So there are lots of ways of making it safe, a safe environment for, you know, for, truth-telling and evidence-giving. But if you want the truth, and we do, we then have to be responsible for what we leave. Because people that have lived with all of the pain and shame and trauma for all of these years and haven't told anybody or haven't given evidence to anybody, they are no longer able to use the mechanisms they had before that kept them safe. So they're stripped of their security. So you have to try and help them rebuild a new sort of security that's based on the fact that it's okay, we're here for you, we're supporting you. You can't just let them talk, let it out, and walk away damaged, because there's an onus on, you know, like on the commission to make sure people are culturally safe when they leave. They're not traumatised, they're not suffering, you know. And that's what we did in the Kimberley. We made sure that everybody was with somebody, that we helped them reconstruct their safety barriers. And it was all done culturally appropriately, and it took a little bit of time. And, you know, it was a bit inconvenient for some people, but every single person that gave evidence up there was actually able to say, I'm okay. You know, we made sure that they were okay. We would sit with them for hours. And there were 8 Aboriginal social workers on the ground that PDU had he'd sourced us all. Okay, I actually worked with him at the time, but he knew who all the others were, or counsellors, and he got us all together to help, and that's what we did.
And sorry, Ms. Martin, I'm going to have
Wow.
to interrupt you because I'm
Thank
going to need to share the call because we do have limited time. So apologies there, Deputy Chair, for interrupting too, but I'll need to now go to Senator Cox for questions.
Thank you, and thank you, Annie Carroll, for joining us today via teleconference. Being the first Indigenous woman, first First Nations woman ever in the country to be elected to an Australian Parliament is quite an achievement, and in recognition in lieu of your extensive experience, I suppose you could tell us a lot about what you've seen and heard, and we could probably sit and listen to you all afternoon. But in your, I suppose, leaning into your political analysis of where we're currently at federally and the need for federal truth-telling processes, I know you mentioned some of that in your opening statement, but particularly, like, how important is this for the nation in order for us to move to the next stage? And I think you alluded to that as post-referendum, but are there any other factors that you can see politically that might influence this being a success for First Nations people across the country?
I think that if we leave it to the states, what will happen is that it will become too onerous, and then you have to clean all this up, because once people disclose, it's like, you know, people that have been abused for years will make, you know, a disclosure, and they will need help, right? And it's a federal issue. It always has been a federal issue. It can't be abdicated any longer to the states. The states, I'm sorry, I'm going to say it, they can't be trusted, you know. You have a change of government, and what happens is, you know, we become political football for them to play with. That's the first thing. The second thing is, if you need to, if you need to dump something on somebody prior to an election, you either chuck some kids overboard or say they were, or you pick on blackfellas. I mean, I'm just being straight up. That's what happens, because we are always left, you know, like at the end of the line. Reality, it's too important to give to the states. I'm sorry, but it's not something the states can handle with the integrity that's needed. And if you legislate, and you legislate properly, it will be protected, and our rights and interests will be protected. I'm thinking about my grandkids. You know, I'm worried that they're going to have to put up with the things I had to put up with it as a teenager. So, and I don't want to see it. The federal government has a responsibility, and it belongs there. And you know what? We need to get this right. And we all know that, you know, we've got 1,000 different languages, 1,000 different tribes, but we're all affected by the same legislation.
What sort of accountability mechanisms would you like to see put in place? I was just picking up on Ms Price's comment before about regional representation and your own comments around young people. Like, are there any particular mechanisms you would see? I think Professor Paulina was here earlier, gave us some evidence around elected grassroots representatives and sort of liken that a bit to AT6 model. Have you got any ideas about what you think that might look like?
Yeah, well, look at what happened to AT6. I mean, that tells you everything. So, yeah, no, doesn't work. So, and the other thing is, absolute power absolutely can, you know, like you think about it, corrupt. So what we need to do is get people that are in there wanting to make a difference based on what came before, that we never revisit it again, and we have a different outcome for our future and our kids. And, I mean, AT6 did not work, okay?
Interesting.
And the reason it didn't work, it's because the one thing that Aboriginal people know and know well is how to use democracy. So, you know, we all have Aboriginal corporations we're members of. We know how to stack the book. We know how to get people in we want. And we're all prone to nepotism. Pretty simple.
Great, thank you.
So, sorry, did that answer your question?
Yes, it did. Yes, thank you. Yeah, I'm happy.
Thank you, Senator Cox. I'll now share the call with Ms Cheney.
Thank you very much. Ms Martin, what do you think the biggest risks are from the establishment of a National Truth and Justice Commission at this point?
Honestly, doing nothing.
Yeah. And thank you. One of the things that we've heard is the importance of there being really strong buy-in to this process from First Nations people across the country. It's not, you know, a product of government, but it's something where First Nations people feel, you know, deeply part of that process. Do you think that the passing of the bill is the first step in order to get there, or are there other mechanisms or processes that need to happen in order to, I suppose, get that broad sense of buy-in?
I think not everybody's going to be happy with anything, with everything. You know what I mean? So we've got to do the best that you can with what you've got. So if the focus is to get an outcome that's acceptable to everybody, that's what the focus is. We tried to do, you know, the voice to Parliament. We tried that. So now we've got two other paths: treaty and truth telling. I mean, I don't have a problem with either of them, but what I do have a problem with is creating systems that don't make a difference. That's what I have a problem with.
Thanks. Do you have a view on how members should be appointed to such a commission?
Make sure they've got the skills, the knowledge and the respect of their whole community, which you're never going to get, right? It's like, at the moment, the appointments are made by ability, qualifications and experience. There are a lot of young people around that have got all those things, but you still need your grey hairs in there. I'm sorry, your elders in there. You need your elders in there to give a context for, you know, what happened prior. But can we just get some fresh blood in there? I mean, everywhere you look, you get the same old faces like me, right? You get people in there that have been doing this stuff for 40 years and still didn't get an outcome. We're still coming back, you know, and now it's truth and justice. We did reconciliation without truth, you know. So what are we going to do now? Make this work, which means you're going to have a bit of a mix. And how are they appointed? Well, it won't matter how you do it. There's only, what, 1 million of us, and most of us know each other, and especially people my age. There's not that many of us around. So look for some new blood, that's my view. And how you appoint them is using common sense and decency and people that can actually walk the walk instead of just talking it. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you very much. No more questions, Chair.
Thank you, Ms Cheney. And
Thank
that's all we have time for today in terms of questions. So my job is to thank you for your appearance before the committee today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information or you would like to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by the 25th of November. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do we have our next witnesses online? Yeah, we've got someone attending in person. I'm just checking that we've got Ms Parryman.
Yes, hello.
Excellent. All right. I think you will be joined this afternoon by Ms. Pamela Thorley as well. So I think she's here in person. We're just waiting for her to come to the table. Great. I now welcome representatives from the Kimberley Land Council and the Wajuk Aboriginal Reference Group and the Wajuk Project to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee? And I might start in the room first and then we'll go to Ms. Parriman.
Hiya, Pamela Thorley. I'm the chair of the Wajuk Aboriginal Reference Group with the Rottnest Island Authority.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Ms. Parriman.
Yeah, Sarah Parriman, the Deputy CEO of the Kimberley Land Council.
Excellent. Thank you. So, although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. And before I invite you to make an opening statement, I will just advise of some changes to the order of proceedings today. We have extended the hearing today to conclude at 4 p.m. to allow additional evidence by Ms. Marion Headland-Mackay. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement, and again we'll start in the room.
Thank you. Pamela Thorley. I would firstly like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the lands that we're meeting on today, the Wajuk Noongar people. Pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. And I'd like to state that I'm here today in the footsteps of my ancestors to provide this evidence to the hearing.
Thank you very much. Ms. Parriman, have you got a short opening statement that you would like to give?
I do, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sarah Parriman. I'm a Jabba Jabba and Yarra woman from the Kimberley and the Deputy CEO of the KLC. The KLC is an Aboriginal organisation that was established.
Oh no. Have we just lost... Ms. Parriman, are you there? She's dropped out.
I think perhaps I could add to my statement.
You're very welcome to add to your statement, Ms. Thorley, while we are waiting for the return of Ms. Parriman.
Thank you. So, Pamela Thorley, I'm a
That's okay. Continue.
Noongar Menang woman. I also have links to Bulledong, which is the wheatbelt region of WA. I am the current chair of the Wajuk Aboriginal Reference Group, and I have been a member since 2017, since its inception. We provide advice to the Rottnest Island Authority on the management and protection of Aboriginal heritage on the island.
Thank you very much. We'll return to you, Ms. Parriman. Have we got you there?
Hello, apologies for that.
That's okay. Please continue.
Certainly. So the KLC is an Aboriginal organisation that was established in 1978 for the purposes of working for and with traditional owners of the Kimberley in north-western Australia to get back country, look after the country and to get control of our future. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to appear before the committee today. And I would like to begin by emphasising that the KLC supports and values truth-telling about our history and its impacts on Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. We hear consistently from our members that truth-telling is important for education, understanding, acknowledgement and healing. On Sunday, the ABC published an article highlighting calls from traditional owners to honour massacre sites here in the Kimberley. The story profiled a whipping tree in the Warman community that was historically used by the police. Last month, that tree was removed by traditional owners and replaced with a plaque. Part of that plaque reads, "At this place, we remember the story of suffering, being chained and belted. At this place, we remember and we forgive." This is just an example of the power and relevance of local Aboriginal-led truth-telling. The Kimberley-Land Council appreciates the intent behind the Truth and Justice Commission Bill to advance truth-telling in Australia. Shining a light on the injustices experienced by Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people is crucial for healing and understanding. However, this must be combined with an agreement-making process to ensure substantive justice can be achieved. The joining of truth-telling and agreement-making is consistent with the concept of Makarrata as contained in the Uluru Statement, which was the outcome of a coming together of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people from all over Australia. The KLC continues to support the key reform concepts of the Uluru Statement and is concerned that a truth-telling commission that is not structurally linked to agreement-making, like the one proposed in this bill, provides no practical way to address, redress and compensate for the wrongs of the past and their contemporary effects. Ultimately, the KLC supports the establishment of a body to oversee agreement-making and truth-telling. We believe this is how we can move towards real justice for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Parraman. We'll now proceed to questions and we'll go to Senator Ghosh.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the witnesses for being here today. Ms Parraman, in the submission from the Kimberley-Land Council, it notes that the bill is not the result of any comprehensive co-design process with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples and organisations, and it's not clear whether a formal National Commission of Inquiry is First Nations Australians' preferred mechanism for truth-telling. Can I ask first, what would that process look like? And second, for us that does propose a Truth and Justice Commission, what are the steps that would need to be taken in order to address or satisfy that concern?
Certainly. I think, unless we did see through the Uluru Statement that it was a coming together of people to determine what this looked like, and unless there is some broader consensus from Aboriginal people for an alternative approach to that, then the KLC will continue to advocate for those key reforms as described in the Uluru Statement.
One of the other observations...
Sorry, I'm finding it very difficult to hear the question.
Sorry, did you say you were struggling to hear the question?
Yeah, it's a bit, sorry.
No, I guess the question, the primary thrust of the question was, in light of the concern that's been raised in the submission at paragraph 11, the KLC submission, what are the ways or what are the steps that are needed to be taken in order to address that concern in the context of where we have effectively a bill for a Truth and Justice Commission before us?
Sure. I think whatever kind of truth-telling and agreement-making body would need to have some future engagement with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people to determine exactly how that would function, what that would look like.
One of the themes that's emerged in the evidence today is the need for local and First Nations-led processes as part of the truth-telling approach. Now, this bill proposes a national inquiry, and your submission observes that it's unclear how local and regional approaches to truth-telling can be incorporated into the inquiry process. Are there any suggestions for changes or for the incorporation of processes that would let us ensure that local voices and First Nations voices are heard, even though it is a national inquiry process?
I think, again, it needs to be able to oversee local and regional truth-telling initiatives, but I guess how that is established or how that functions, I think, needs to be determined through future engagement with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people.
Your submission notes that the importance of truth-telling, or notes the importance of truth-telling for an agreed narrative, for establishing an agreed narrative of Australian history, and we've talked a little bit today about public education and engaging the whole of the community, First Nations and non-First Nations, in this process. Do you see a national truth-telling model as playing a role in educating all Australians about the issues and about our First Nations history? And how would you see that model being successful in engaging all of our community?
I think, we do have some concerns that the Truth-Only Commission proposed by the bill is, as it is, will not by itself lead to just outcomes. So I think there's a role for a national body, but I think there's also a need to have it structurally linked with an agreement-making process to really achieve, true justice.
One of the other concerns that was raised in the KLC submission was around the Royal Commission model for national truth-telling. Are you able to indicate or outline the nature of those concerns with that type of model and the changes that you think would be useful to see?
Certainly. So I guess just to emphasise, we didn't analyse every detail of the bill, but we have identified a number of sort of discrete issues, and the proposed commission as a Royal Commission type body is one of those. We see that as a formal, Western legal structure that reflects a legal system that is, we know historically prejudiced our people. And there is no detail on how the commission would run in a culturally safe or trauma-informed way as it stands. There's no purpose or object section within the bill, and it is really unclear how that local and regional approach would be incorporated into the proposed inquiry.
Thank you. Ms Thorley, can I ask you a couple of those questions that I put to Ms Paraman? The first relates to how to ensure that this process at a national level is nevertheless sensitive to local and regional perspectives, and particularly First Nations perspectives.
I totally agree with the KLC's comments on this, in that we don't want to be left behind. That we've seen that happen too often, and that there needs to be a process for a local, regional, and statewide representation and consultation and engagement with this bill. And with how it is implemented throughout the country.
And to drill down into that answer a little bit, what would that process look like, and who would it engage with?
Again, that it would be, as the KLC has said, that would be determined by the consultation with Aboriginal people, and I think that will vary across the state and vary across the country about how people want to be engaged and what they want to be engaged on.
So can I just build on that question? Because the Wajuk project has been, we heard from Uncle Richard this morning, he's been really successful in building that kind of community mandate. What are the things that you think could be taken from that process to build that mandate and kind of drawn into a national consultation process?
Yeah, I think we had a fantastic weekend. We had a fantastic day on the island.
Yeah, congratulations. Sounds like it was very successful. Yeah,
very hard work, but it needs to be ongoing.
Yeah.
That day, Saturday, was very symbolic. We did not know whether the Premier was going to apologise. So even though we kind of hinted that that's what we'd hoped would happen, but that was very symbolic, and now we need action. We need action on the ground, and we need it not to lose momentum and to continue. And what happens in our communities is that people get tired. We have been, colonisation has been here for over 200 years. And we are very impatient. We're very patient and resilient people, but with these types of things that are very, very dear to our hearts, that have caused us much trauma, we want it to happen and we want it to continue. Truth-telling doesn't just mean you put a plaque on a wall and then people come and read it, that's it. It's about storytelling, it's about being out there, being present. You know, it's got to be ongoing.
Thank you. I did pinch Senator Ghosh's last bit of time that he had for questions because now I need to share the call with Ms Chaney.
Thank you very much. The Kimberley Land Council co-convened the 2017 Broome Regional Dialogue that contributed to the Uluru Statement. What were the benefits of that in terms of building consensus? And do you think it would be appropriate to have similar frameworks to determine the appropriate structure and process for a truth-telling commission?
Yeah, we did hear through our regional dialogues leading up to Uluru that there was strong interest in local and regional truth-telling with whatever, you know, the national kind of body might look like to oversee those processes. So I'm getting a lot of feedback.
Oh, that's so hard to speak.
Can you hear me okay?
Feedback, isn't it?
So we're just trying to fix it. We'll,
and maybe if you just speak a bit slower. Sorry, if you don't mind.
Sorry.
It's having trouble.
Yeah, for sure. Yep. So I was just referring to the regional dialogues leading up to that Uluru Convention and how there was strong interest in local and regional truth-telling with whatever kind of national commission would be established to oversee those processes. So I do think there is the possibility of a similar type of engagement process, some kind of formal engagement process that would need to happen.
And because
that was the question.
Yeah, thank you. And it gets a bit chicken and egg. You know, how much consultation do you need to do before you get to a thing? Do you think that there needs to be consultation on the structure and process of the Truth-Telling Commission, or do you think that the consultation can be further down the track once something's been set up in legislation?
I think the KLC's biggest concern is that the bill isn't, in its current form, doesn't go far enough. We do really strongly support the need to have agreement making and truth-telling come together.
Right. Ms Thorley, did you have any thoughts on that?
Could I have the question again, please?
Yeah, just talking about whether there's a need for consultation on the structure and the process that's to be used for truth-telling, or whether you get it passed and set up and get started, and then the truth, it's less about, the consultation's less about the structure and the process and more about, you know, actually doing the truth-telling.
Yeah, I think if I take the experience of working on the Wajuk Aboriginal Reference Group, is don't come to us with what you've got, consult with us first.
Yeah.
Please, because it sometimes becomes a fait accompli.
So getting buy-in into what
Correct.
the structure and the process will look like
Yes,
is important.
It's very important.
Yeah.
If you don't get buy-in, you won't get far. You may have legislation, you may have a bill, but that doesn't mean that Aboriginal people are going to walk that journey with you.
Mm. Mm. Thank you. And for both of you, maybe Ms Parryman first, what's your biggest concern about a national truth-telling and justice commission? What do you think is the most likely way it could go wrong?
I think the experiences we've seen with the native title system and working within sort of those Western legal frameworks can often continue to cause damage because of, the nature of the Western legal system. So again, that to our point is that we support truth telling, but we support it alongside of agreement making and an appropriate truth telling process that is Aboriginal led.
That's all from me, Chair. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Chaney. Deputy Chair Price.
Thank you, and thanks to Pamela and to Sarah for being with us today. I'm currently in Geraldton today, so sorry I couldn't be with you today. Sarah, I might just ask a little bit about what your views are in terms of the taking of the evidence or the taking of the truth-telling. Just your experience, especially up in the Kimberley, about the sort of culturally safe place that might take place once, the Commission's up and running. Have you got any views on sort of what are the things that we should be looking out for? Because obviously the Kimberley's a big place and you've got a sort of urbanised population in and around Broome, but there are many parts that are incredibly remote, and how we make sure that those people are involved in the process.
I guess, again, I'll just lean to it's critical that truth-telling is Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander-led and that it is adapted at local and regional levels. When you talk about the Kimberley as a region, there's still diversity, cultural diversity across the Kimberley, and any process should be adapted at those local levels to suit those unique circumstances of the different communities across our country.
I mean, have you seen best practice? I mean, I'm just going to guess that you may not have been at KLC when they co-convened the regional dialogue in Broome in 2017, but I'm just going to assume that a lot of those issues were apparent during that process.
Actually, I was, and I was part of the regional dialogue here in Broome, and for the Kimberley and Pilbara. And I think the previous speaker, I caught some of the end of their, their talk. You can't get everybody, but I think there's general consensus when it comes to engaging with a diverse range of people. The Kimberley has some pretty solid cultural structures in place that the KLC as an organisation would definitely lean on in terms of implementing a locally led truth-telling process.
Yeah. Okay. And Pamela, thanks very much for joining us today. And that recent Wajuk ceremony, it looked just magnificent. And we've heard that there were just as many non-Indigenous and Indigenous people that were present on Rottnest Island, and I think that is a really good sign. So I'm just interested, do you think that a National Truth and Justice Commission would help to build trust between Indigenous and non-Indigenous Australians, just based on what you observed at Rottnest the other weekend?
I probably have to disagree. I think the referendum tells us a lot about trust and where Aboriginal people are today in terms of our ability to be able to trust given the results or the outcome of the referendum. I don't believe that this will lead anywhere to trust. That is, it's like building a relationship. It's ongoing and it needs to be equal. So we've seen lots of legislation in my lifetime. I've seen lots of legislation which hasn't assisted and sometimes has actually caused us more harm than good. And I just wanted to, if I could, just touch on the bill that I don't think that unless you have jurisdictional buy-in, that this will go anywhere. And I will refer to the Royal Commission into Aboriginal Deaths in Custody and the over 360 recommendations of that. While the Commonwealth, nationally it was, endorsed, but at a jurisdictional level, there was a lot of box ticking that went on in terms of reporting on implementation of those recommendations. So. In terms of trust with the Aboriginal community, I think we've got a long way to go.
Yeah, okay. Thanks, Pamela. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Ms Price. Senator Cox.
Thank you. Thank you both for appearing today for this inquiry. And I just want to go to the Kimberley Land Council's submission. And just get some clarity because I think, Ms Perryman, what I kept hearing from your evidence before, and I just want to clarify, is that you're saying that the proposed commission, in terms of the structure, not being linked to agreement making is the issue that the Kimberley Land Council has. Is that because in the Uluru Statement from the Heart it is sequential in the way that it operates, so voice, treaty and truth. Is that the point that you're making, or are you actually, I think further down in your submission, talking about it being paired or linked to substantive justice mechanisms that are effective? I'm just not sure, what it is you're trying to say, and if it's just that you're following the blueprint of Uluru Statement from the Heart and that's your objection, versus something more substantial.
There's probably two parts to that, because KLC does support the Uluru Statement and the reform, the concepts within, and we do support the establishment of a body to oversee agreement making and truth telling as a way to achieve justice for our people.
Okay, can you just in that, can you give us the definition that the Kimberley Land Council are using for agreement making? Because I hear it used in the context of native title as agreement making under Indigenous land use agreements, but I also hear it in the concept of treaties or a treaty federally. So certainly. Can you just give me what your definition is?
Yes, we see, agreement making and how it can complement truth telling to provide that substantive justice. Agreements, treaties can provide redress and compensation for past wrongs, financially, return of land. We see agreements and treaties being able to recognise the identities, rights and political status of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. Though, agreements, treaties enshrining commitments and responsibilities for both government and First Nations, and a way to facilitate new relationships between government and First Nations people in this country.
Are you also, would you also consider that as an extension of that nation-to-nation treaties amongst mob? Because that's also a concept that has been...
Concept.
Sorry?
I'm sorry?
That's also a concept that has been placed in one of the steps in the, probably a good time for me to mention this, in the consultation piece as one of the architects of this bill, the consultation in which the Uruk Commission gave us some information around the mob-to-mob treaties within their nations and what that would mean to each other. So, there was extensive consultation prior to this bill being brought on and, in fact, entered into the Parliament. And it was myself and Senator David Shoebridge from the Greens who not only consulted with the current Uruk Commission, Uluru Statement from the Heart Dialogue co-chairs and others who have also been conducting truth and treaty processes across the country. So I just wanted to clear that up for folks who are maybe giving a different rap on the fact that there hasn't been much consultation done on this bill in particular. So we actually spoke to quite a few, and including the Wage 'em Up project through the Reconciliation, Rick WA and Robin and Richard, who I'd met with, both personally. So there's lots of conversations that have happened, but I'm just interested in your concept of agreement making, given that most of our native title groups are well positioned in relation to agreements. What does that substantive justice mechanism being effective look like from a Kimberley Land Council point of view?
Sure. I think we haven't obviously considered or contemplated all of these solutions, but we see some current and live examples of how truth-telling and agreement making in our, particularly in the native title space, at the moment are, there are some examples of that happening at the moment around compensation, native title compensation, which is, sorry. I'm just getting a lot of feedback again. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I think it's every now and again when some trucks or a loud car goes past, I think you get a bit of feedback, so...
apologies.
Yep, no apologies about that on our end. I think it's our
end. No, that's okay. So I just saying how there are some examples of sort of truth-telling and agreement-making happening in our part of the country at the moment, particularly around native title compensation and what that, can potentially look like.
Yeah, great. And just pick up on that point, and earlier on today I had mentioned the Yunupingu case, the Yinjabandi case, Timber Creek in relation to just terms compensation, which again challenges our sovereignty in relation to First Nations people in the way of the importance of truth-telling, because even within a federal court system, and I've sat and watched the Yunupingu case's opening argument, that they talk about the challenge of the Crown in relation to sovereignty and our ownership rights of land and resources. So there's a big conversation happening in that. So I'd be really interested to hear, possibly if you can provide on notice, what some of those processes are that are currently undertaking truth-telling in your neck of the woods. That'd be really helpful for the committee to consider.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll take that on notice.
Great. Maybe if I can go to Ms Thorley. You mentioned in your opening statement that the Wajuk Aboriginal Reference Group is responsible for cultural heritage on the island. Is that correct?
Yeah. Initially, we were providing advice on the quad and the burial ground. That was in 2017 when we were first established. Then, of course, the settlement agreement came in 2021, which meant that that authority, cultural authority, was not a part of our process anymore, that it became the cultural authority of the Wajuk Aboriginal traditional owners. So that was relinquished, respectfully and accordingly. In 2021, the Wajuk project also was established by a Premier and Cabinet. I do need to make it clear that the Wajuk Aboriginal Reference Group and the Wajuk project are two completely different projects. We do collaborate, and we have collaborated, obviously, for the...
Sorry, Ms Thorley, can you say that again?
The Wajuk Aboriginal Reference Group and the Wajuk project are two completely different entities.
Right, thank you. That just gives them some clarity.
Yeah, so you may have consulted with the Wajuk project, but you certainly didn't have the opportunity to consult with the Wajuk Aboriginal Reference Group, because as a chair I cannot recall being approached to provide any advice or direction or guidance on this.
No. And are there any issues across the country? We continue to have issues because we don't have standalone and strengthened First Nations cultural heritage laws in this country yet, as part of an election promise still floating around. But are there any live issues that involve cultural heritage on the island, given that the Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Act actually includes ancestral remains and, the repatriation of those? I think the evidence earlier today involved Richard talking specifically about that they were still resting there and that the ceremony was basically to put those spirits to rest. But is there a Section 10 or a Section 12, I think it is, from memory, live over that area, or is that not within your jurisdiction to comment on? Because I think commentary further to that is, how do we let tourists back on the island and to continue to be a part of the camping ground and other areas now? And I think the term dark tourism was used over the weekend of an extension of that and moving forward. If this is a truth-telling process now that needs further reach, I suppose, or further outcomes.
Thank you. So, as a former registrar of Aboriginal sites under the Aboriginal Heritage Act of 1972, Section 10 is more about a research process. So that may require you to perhaps dig up a particular area to investigate whether there is cultural material.
Sorry, is Section 10 under the State Act or under the Federal Act?
State Act.
So no, I'm talking about the Federal Act.
Okay.
So we're a federal committee, sorry, so just to clarify, Section 10 under the under the AUSPar, so the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Cultural Heritage Act, or Heritage Protection Act. Sorry, I don't know the year of that, but essentially there's a Section 10 that can be applied to quarantine that area and to protect that area if a traditional owner alerts the minister to its existence and it basically halts any works and further development on that site until it's cleared. Section 11 or Section 12 actually allows it to then have a consultant or someone appointed independently by the minister to do that. And then Section 12, I'm pretty sure, is the ancestral remains and the repatriation of those. Sorry, just to clarify.
Yeah, sorry, I was in WA. So sorry, what was your question?
Is there one that's live over this? You know, given that we've done a truth-telling process here now, and I'm just thinking about the agreement-making conversation that Ms. Parriman was talking about, these substantive justice mechanisms. Some people might see this as a level of justice to recognise the existing cultural heritage that's there. Is there any of that that's outstanding to your knowledge, or may have some significant impact on what that means in walking together with the rest of Western Australia, international tourists that may now seek to come to Wajuk?
I am not aware of any. We do know that the Federal Act will override the State Act, and that the Federal Minister can override the State Minister. I don't think I've ever seen that happen. But it is certainly something that could occur. I also heard on the weekend that that there was some talk about repatriation of skeletal material from the island back onto country. So there's still a lot of discussion within the Aboriginal community about what should happen and what should occur. We also, it's very unknown for us as the Wajuk Aboriginal Reference Group and the Rottnest Island Authority of whether there's any other burials on the island and what impact that would have, in terms of future camping grounds. We certainly do not want to see what's happened in the past of people camping on our ancestral remains. So there's still a lot of work.
There.
Yeah, I didn't. I wasn't allowed to go there as a child, so my mother wouldn't allow me to go there. So yeah, so I'm not aware, but yeah, I suppose it's watch this space.
Yeah, great, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cox. That concludes our questions, and I want to thank our witnesses. If I can find my notes here somewhere. I want to thank our witnesses for their attendance here this afternoon. If you have been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by the 25th of November? That includes any additional information you might want to provide as well. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to any transcription errors. Thank you. We'll take a short suspension while we welcome our next witness.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thanks for the flexibility.
Oh, yeah, because I had to come in anyway because I had to be like the caretaker because Megan's in Darwin. Yeah, so...
resume proceedings. I now welcome our next witness to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee today?
Marianne Headland McKay. I am a Wajuk Noongar Yorga, but I also work with Megan Cracker and Simone Liu for the National Suicide Prevention and Trauma Recovery Project.
Thank you very much. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to questions, if you've got one.
So I grew up in the city, about 15 minutes north of the city, but my bloodline goes from Albany in the south right up north to Yamaji country past Geraldton. So we've had that experience of being around a lot of different communities and people in different situations of life. So, because I was very confident and vocal as a child, I was raised to be a speaker for my family. Grew up in activism. So I've marched these streets of Perth since I was a kid, carrying the Aboriginal flag, land rights and all of that. So we've always been around advocacy. So I'd done that many years of my life, and then Megan Cracker and Jerry Georgiados, our Greek brother, had a vision to create an actual organisation so that we could get funding and support as many people as we could. So through being on the ground and working on the ground, we see the issues that our people go through on a daily basis, and we live and breathe these issues. So we have the degrees of life experience, which is slowly being recognised in a lot of areas, you know, that Aboriginal people are looked at for consultation. And I roll my eyes when I say consultation because it's always a flawed process. And I personally think through my own experience of that, culture and politics should be kept separate. I know that sometimes they have to walk side by side because of cultural protocols, you know, cultural respect, cultural safety, all those things that government throw out all the time. But the National Suicide Prevention and Trauma Recovery Project fully supports this process, a truth-telling process. And so our concerns are just making sure that our voices are at the table. And when I say our voices, I mean us on the ground as grassroots people, because too often our voices aren't at the table and we're silenced and we're pretty much locked out of government conversations when it comes to anything to do with, like, the Aboriginal struggle. And it's, you know, like, we really don't care how many peak bodies there are. They're not elected by the people. They're employees of those organisations. So whether it's a government one or an NGO or a mainstream organisation. So I think that one of the main things when it comes to this process is that the people on the ground are really heavily involved in this process. And I don't want to use that word consulted because, I don't like that word.
It's I think it means different things to lots of different people, and it comes with lots of expectations.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I suppose I do want to understand when you talk about you know, how do you make sure that, you know, grassroots people who are on the ground are engaged in processes like this. I suppose what would you want to see as a part of a you know, an establishment of a national process? What would your expectations be about how you might be engaged in that as somebody who works at the cold front?
Well, we have to go back to, like, we dealing with the original people of these lands, which is who we all are. You know, some of us might have mixed blood, others might be like full bloods, you know. So I think that what we have to do is go back to those cultural things that Auntie Anne was talking about this morning. You know, we have to go back to those cultural values and protocols. So we have to go back to one person doesn't speak for all the people. No nation speaks for another nation. So that comes back to an organisation isn't a cultural organisation. You know, that cultural law and its values belongs with the people on the ground, not in some organisation. They might have their frameworks built on the cultural laws and protocols of the area, but it's totally different. So, you know, in our view, it doesn't matter how many nations or how long it takes, you know, the commission or the committee or whatever would have to send different groups around to all the individual nations. And like the other mobs have said during the day, you have to get to those people on the ground because everywhere is different. We are such a diverse culture right across this country. We're not just one lot of Aboriginal people. And everyone, because of, and I'll say invasion, because we weren't just colonised or settled, you know, we were actually invaded and dispossessed. So you have, you know, a lot of us Noongars that where we have different protocols and values and that are still in place in a modern society compared to regional and rural mobs, because you've got a lot of mobs where invasion didn't affect them the way that it's affected us, you know. And so, and I don't I don't support native title and its processes because that's a white construct that was created, and it comes under that divide and conquer, you know, because the system was built to repress our people to continue the ongoing invasion and war that continues today, which is why the close the gap policies are failing and things like that. So to answer your question in a nutshell, there has to be meetings on every single nation around the country because we're all different and people will have different wants and needs as part of the truth-telling processes.
Sorry, I'm sneezing right at the time I want to ask a question. I've got one more question before I need to share the call. You work in an area that I care really deeply about in kind of suicide prevention and mental health. Do you see a kind of national truth-telling process or kind of truth-telling just as a kind of general concept helping people who are really struggling?
Yeah, because we can't move forward in this country if the Australian government doesn't own up to what they've done in the past for us to be where we are today. So they can talk about treaty, they can talk about all that kind of stuff, but we know that, you know, 99.9% of the close the gap targets are not being met. And yet each year they're saying the same thing, saying the same thing, saying the same thing, and nothing's getting better. And, you know, nothing is going to get better, and especially when it comes to the systemic racism and the full frontal racism we deal with on the street every day, you know. And like the other fellows was saying about, you know, with Carol Martin, like we get followed in the street, my kids get followed in the street, all of our mobs get followed in the shops everywhere. So we're dealing with all of this stuff because the majority of Australia are uneducated about the truth of this country. And we're still telling our kids in school that Australia was settled and discovered by Captain Cook and here Captain Stirling. It's like you can't discover somewhere where people are already existing. Like, that's silly, you know. And so we need those truth-telling processes in place to be able to make proper change. And it shouldn't matter how long that process takes. It needs to happen.
Thank you. I'll share the call with Senator Cox.
Thank you, Ms Hadland-McKay, for joining us this afternoon. You've been in the room today for most of today and heard lots of the evidence about this bill, and sort of building on Senator Stewart's question to you is, in this day and age, the contemporary issues for us are so enmeshed in our daily living, in the things that we experience. And is there a juncture that you can see in the future, in the distance, as part of this truth-telling process, whether it be treaty or treaties for us? What does that look like? A vision for your kids, and I know you're now a grandmother. What does that look like for you?
Well, when we talk about treaty and treaties, you know, like, I'm fully supportive of some kind of sovereign agreement, but a lot of people get scared off by that word treaty because of international experiences and things that are happening in other countries where they've been breached and broken and, you know, they haven't worked. But the reality is, in this time and place, we need some sort of sovereign agreement. So whether it's like Auntie Anne was saying, where we become a republic, you know, and that's how we sort of come to some kind of sovereign agreement, by becoming a republic and demolishing the states. And, you know, we should have all of our nations around the country. So, you know, we should really be where the nations are treating with each other, you know, like on the ground, going back to cultural ways, and then, which I know probably wouldn't happen in this time and day, and then, you know, all of the nations coming together and saying to the government, well, this is what we all want as a collective, individually, and then working towards a republic. You know, that's what I'd like to see. I'd like to see the whole abolishment of the Westminster system that was brought here, and us creating a whole new constitution and a whole new way of life to move forward. Because everything that they brought here and what it's created now, and the system of oppression that we're living on a daily basis, just hasn't worked, you know. And it comes back to that saying, you know, where if you keep doing the same thing, you're going to get to the same result. Nothing's ever going to change, you know. So we have to be able to look at different pathways forward and not so much be led by other experiences in other countries, but creating our own way forward. Because we're not America or Canada or New Zealand, you know, all these other countries. There are bits and pieces of things that we can take because of the similar cultural things that we all go through. But I think that we have to actually create our own way forward by talking to everyone around the country. Because I don't want my kids marching in the streets like at my age, because they've been born into activism like we were. And we're still fighting for the same things that our parents fought for, and that the Aboriginal Tent Embassy in Canberra was established for. So, you know, there has to be some kind of way that we can work towards that and having a sovereign agreement. Because it doesn't matter how much they talk about sovereignty and things like that. The fact is, we are still the sovereign people of this land because we've never ceded our sovereignty. You know, it was just the lands were dispossessed, and the Western system sees the lands as property, whereas we are the property of the land, not the other way around. You know, we don't have that property mindset of land, you know. Our obligation is to look after it. And I think in order for us to be able to get rid of those social justice issues and move forward so we're not having to deal with them, we have to be able to find some way forward that's good for everybody, black and white, you know.
I just want to quickly pick up on that point around self-determination that was mentioned earlier, and I know that you will probably want to comment on this, but how would you like to see the process in relation to the selection of members that are commissioners, or whether it be assistant commissioners? Like, is there a makeup or a model? And you don't have to talk about it today if you don't want to. You can provide that on notice to us. But, you know, some thinking about like what that might actually look like, and what might cater to across the country, the diversity of nations. But we do sort of have to have a structure, should this bill be voted on, to actually have that. So I don't know if you have any thinking off the top of your head, or you'd like to just take it.
I always got thinking off the top of my head. That's just how my
I've seen your videos. Yes, I know.
So, well, you know, one of the main things that I have to stress is no people from these peak bodies, none of these government workers, you know, that are in all these mainstream organisations, none of the same faces that we see everywhere all the time. They need to be grassroots people on the ground. And when we created Mooditch Court Aboriginal Corporation, which is our kind of like health and wellbeing service in Kwinana, well, what we did was, because the whole South Metro is a huge area, so we just pretend that's Australia, you know. We had local, regional and area and state meetings. So you had all the local mobs where they appointed a couple of people, you know, to sit on, then the regional committees, and then the regional committees were for like the big area committees, and then there was the selection from the area committees for the ones to report to state. So that's how we use that framework. And so, yeah, and so you got to have that bottom-up approach, you know. So anything we do with Muditch Court in Kwinana, we have to go back to community because it belongs to community. It's not us, you know, like I can't dictate as a director on the board, well, this is what we're going to do. It's like, no, we have things where we've got to yarn. We represent the community, so we have to get down on the ground and go and yarn with everybody. And so that is how I would like to see, you know, or suggest that it works like that. Because, you know, you've got Noongar country, you know, you can break WA down, Noongar country, Gascoyne, Murchison, you know, Pilbara.
That was my next question. Yeah.
If you had time.
If I had time, we could have packed
I would have absolutely allowed you to ask that question, but unfortunately we don't. So now I will go to Ms Cheney for the final 5-minute block.
I'm actually happy to cede my questions
great.
to this because I'm interested in it too.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Excellent. See that, Khalees Elliott, happening right before you in the committee.
I think as the comment made earlier was regions are sometimes made up like that, like Noongar country, like Southwest, Great Southern. They're very local government or state-based in the way that they operate versus clans, tribal nations, and sort of like decolonising it in that way. Is that your thinking? Because otherwise we... And one of the examples I always use is the MPY lands. It straddles two states and a territory, and in fact most of those people go to one state for health. They're governed by police somewhere else. So, like, are we trying to, as part of this process and the truth telling, actually decolonise our own systems as we move through this process? Is that what you're suggesting, or are you saying no, we keep it in the way that we currently do that and then do systems and structural reform at the end?
Well, I think that we can incorporate a bit of both, because I'm all for decolonisation and decolonising mindsets and things like that. But I'm also a realist where I know that there are certain things that we can't decolonise. So, and it doesn't matter how much we try, you know. So I'm a realist in that sense, but I'm also an optimist where I think that we can incorporate both kinds of systems, but with our own cultural protocols and values implemented within those structures, you know. So we could do, like how I was saying, Noongar country, Pilbara, Gascoyne, Murchison, use those, you know, like Western styles of breaking down WA, but use our cultural protocols by going to the different regions and that, and you know, getting our people on the ground, electing people to be able to speak on the mob's behalf. Because I know that there's a lot of conflicts, you know, where people are divided and things like that. But you can generally, if you're talking to the proper people on the ground, not these organisations and stuff that are created and constructed and stuff, if you get to the actual people on the ground, you will generally get a consensus of who they trust and value to be able to, you know, because like you have one example where I do some paralegal work for some stuff I won't mention, and, you know, like one Aboriginal organisation said, oh, this person you'll find hard to talk, like he won't talk. And I was like, well, why is that? So as soon as I got in to see him, because he's incarcerated at the moment, as soon as I got him to see him and I introduced myself, well, bang, that level of trust was there because I was real and I was honest and transparent, and I couldn't stop him. He spoke for like the whole hour. So I think that when it comes to, so the example why I use that example is because if you have trust built up because you're down on the ground in the community, well, people will say, no, I trust APRA, I know they're going to do the right thing, you know, put them up, and the other mob will come.
Yeah.
So there will generally be a consensus of who mobs on the ground want to put up to speak for them.
Okay. And I think the next part of that, or an extension as part of that, is also if we look beyond, I'll use Noongar country and the Noongar nation as an example.
Yeah.
6 regional corporations, but 14 clans. Or contested, 13 could be. 14 clans. Like, if a federal inquiry was to reach down into that, and I think that's probably what Kate was more interested in as well, like, and we are looking at family-based, because essentially, like, our families would want to be represented as well as individuals and Britias, leaders in that. How difficult and how much time would that take, do you think? Like, we've just said maybe 2 years, but that's not hard and fast. Like, how long would you think that would take for a process to get across the country to do that? Like, if you had 14 clans, could you cluster it? Could you do it as part of groups based on what some of those broader regional things are? Like, they're the sort of challenges, I suppose, logistically, that will, I think, be contentious for our mob in this bill, in building a national process.
Yeah. Well, I think that if we leave native title bodies and corporations out of it, because we know how, you know, divided, and I know me and you personally know all about the Noongar native title stuff and the corporations. Everyone knows their own areas, you know. So I think that if you get down on the ground, like, we know we could sit here and we could say, all right, then who's the Wajuk families? And we just like bang, 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 bang. Yeah. We know all the families. So it'd be easy for us to get representatives from all those families. Yeah. So this is where it comes back to how I'm saying get down on the ground. So even though there's 14 or 13 Noongar, like, nations, you know, clan groups, I think that there's like a central base where everyone could come to. So Wajuk country, like, straight out, you got Perth, pretty much, where everyone from Wajuk country come here. And then, like, you at mob, you know, like, you got Mora, maybe Durian Bay or something. Like, there's always a central place where everyone could come to. And it's just a matter of getting probably the local health service, who has everyone's details pretty much, to do a mail out and say, look here, these fellas are coming here, bang. So I know if they come to Kwinana, well, Murich Court and the Noongar Centre, the MAC, the Medina Aboriginal Cultural Centre, we'd be able to get everybody, you know, notified, well, look, these fellas are coming here. So I think that that's what we need to stay away from, these organisations that are entrenched in government, and go to local bodies. Like in Balga, how they got the Wajuk Centre, you know? Yeah.
So, I mean, just on notice, maybe if you could provide some of that really great thinking that you have to us as a committee, I think that would be really beneficial, because I think you're probably the only person today that mentioned that in greater detail, and I think
it would be good to hear.
It would be good for us to
kind of understand, if you could kind of put something together for us that kind of steps through what you think would be, what good practice engagement looks like on the ground. Yeah. So I think those ideas are really valuable. Yeah. But thank you very much, and thank you for your flexibility and your attendance here today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, which you just have, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by the 25th of November? And if you can't do it before then just let the Secretariat know, and I'm sure the committee will grant an extension. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, and you'll have an opportunity to request any corrections, to correct any errors to transcription errors, late in the day now. Thank you very much. And I want to thank Hansard and the Secretariat for their support today, and my colleagues who joined me. I declare this public hearing closed.
Thanks for the opportunity.
No.